just play. Does this place look familiar at all?
That's Fairview Village. That's the square.
Okay.
In Fairview. I guess Memorial Day parade.
So who do you think took this video?
Probably her, Elmer Bone.
Okay.
I don't think I was involved here in any of this. I think Judy is in not one of these, but she's in here somewhere.
Was she in the parade?
I think she was. She might have been on a float.
Okay. Interesting. You have any idea what year it might be?
Oh my gosh. No.
So what year did you guys meet?
And that might be Carol Green. That might be Carol Green.
Who was Carol?
Carol was Mom's best friend in school.
Okay.
I think we're going to see Nana in one of these pictures.
Is that her right
yes,
there?
Yes,
yeah,
that's her.
Okay, that's funny. When I watched this, I didn't recognize that she was even in the parade.
Yeah,
that's funny. How old do you think she was?
16, 17, maybe 16 years old. This is probably before I knew her.
And what year did you meet again? Did you say?
53, 54.
Okay. So this is probably what, maybe like 50.
That's Nana? I think that's Nana. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's Nana's mom.
Yes.
Okay. Now that you point her out, yeah, she's definitely in some of these later videos.
Yeah.
So they've been like, what, 52, 53 that this was?
In the early 50s, yes. That's Elmer. That's Elmer.
Does this thing work?
Yeah.
It's amazing how clear these videos look, yeah.
Yes.
They really did an amazing job scanning.
Oh, that woman right there?
Yeah.
She lived across the street from Nana. That was Nana's best friend.
Okay.
I forget their names. I'll think of it in a minute.
What was the street in Fairview that they lived on? Do you remember?
Well, that was Porter Road.
Okay.
Porter. You know, they don't have things like this anymore.
Parades? Yeah, no.
Yeah, like this.
With the, yeah.
Kids.
Not really. I kind of remember the Halloween parades, like, kind of like as a simple, you know.
Yeah,
that
was not Carol Green with the crown. That was not her on the top of the car. It was not her. I don't know who that girl is. But Nana should be up there.
I think I saw her off to the left.
Okay. I'm sure Granddad would have had taken a picture of her.
I'm sure there's got to be a picture of it somewhere.
Yeah. I think that's her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming down the steps right now.
In the blue dress?
Yeah. This might have been the women's auxiliary of the Lions Club that presented this function.
What was the Lions Club?
It's
what is it?
A international businessmen.
Okay.
Like the Moose and the Knights of Columbus.
Okay.
That's Nana. That's Aunt Bobby, and that's Debbie, the first grandchild.
Aunt Bobby's oldest daughter?
And Nana's first grandchild.
Okay. Do you have any idea what beach this might be on?
No, I don't. Maybe Wildwood or Ocean City.
In New Jersey, you think, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Did Aunt Bobby have Debbie when she was living in New Jersey still?
Yeah, yes, she
Okay.
did. They lived in up in Bordentown area.
Okay.
He was a farmer.
I remember we drove by that farm on
Yes, we
where
did.
the
We
land
stopped
one
in
time.
there. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was Debbie. She didn't want any parts of it, did she?
Yeah. Well, it was on video. This might be like our first time seeing the ocean.
Yeah, it was. Get me the heck out of here.
Is Debbie alive?
Debbie's alive, yes. In fact, I just got a card from her today, in today's mail.
Okay. I'll definitely have to send this video to her too then.
Okay.
I'll have to get her email and stuff from you.
Wave.
What's up?
Wave.
Yeah.
Maybe was, I'm sure.
Wave to the camera.
Elmer was saying wave.
Yeah. Do you know what year Nana was born?
No, I don't. Somewhere in the Bible there are all those
Dates.
All those dates, yes. In fact, Aunt Lynn might have them. Certainly not a lot of people in the water, is there?
Yeah, not really.
There's Elmer again, fixing the camera. Obviously down the shore, but I don't know which one. Pretty sure it's in New Jersey, though.
It looks like it. So do you know when they moved down to Missouri?
No, not really. In the early 70s, maybe?
Okay. So when Debbie was like, teenager, early 20s probably?
Yeah.
After she was
yes,
grown
probably
up?
was. Yes.
Okay. I don't think I
That might
realized.
have been the jetty in the Brigantine. That Uncle Joe, Nana's sister, husband. And that's Billy. That's Bub.
Who was Bob?
Nana's dad.
Okay.
That's Aunt Catherine. That was Nana's sisters. That was their children.
Okay. Do you have any idea where they ever lived or what happened?
Well, they lived in Collingswood on Gordon Road.
Okay.
That's where they were raised. We always had holiday picnics that's Elmer on the right. Yeah, that's Elmer, and that's the sister, Catherine. That's Catherine again. Catherine Barneski. That's what their name was.
Looks like there's more people in the water now.
Oh yeah. That's Nana.
And there you are.
Yeah, I don't know where the heck I was going in uniform, because I think we got engaged there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Wow. Do you remember that at all?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. She's a good-looking woman, wasn't she?
Yeah. It's funny seeing her young, like,
Yes.
like I loved her, but she just, like, doesn't look anything like she did as an old lady when I knew her, you know?
Yes.
Wow, that's funny. When Where'd you get the ring? Do you remember that at all? Do you remember the story of that?
I bought it in a Navy town. I don't know if it was Newport or one of the PXs, or Navy Exchange.
How long were you guys dating before you got engaged?
Year and a half. Corky.
Porky the dog.
Yeah. This was a Halloween gathering. The Bones used to have Halloween gatherings, get-togethers, and that's what this was. It was a Halloween party with some of the friends from the Lions Club.
Was that the day that you got engaged? Do you remember?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you recognize any of these people?
No. They were their friends from the Lions Club.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Look at that goofy old costume. Okay. Cool.
At the Porter Roadhouse.
Porter Roadhouse
in Fairview.
All right, and we're started.
That's their dining room.
This was at
Porter Road.
At
Fairview House, where Nana lived as a girl.
Okay. Did she live in that house? Was she born in that house? She lived there all her life?
Not born in that house, no, but she grew up in that house.
Okay.
That's Elmer. And that's Nana.
They seem like they were on the older side.
That's the sister. That's Nana's sister. That's the husband of her sister. That's Nana's brother-in-law.
Okay.
Barneski was her name. That was the smallest kitchen you ever saw in your life. On Porter Road. The table sat 2 people in the kitchen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the dog again.
Yeah, Corky. They're sitting down and play cards. Who's taking pictures? I guess Judy was taking pictures.
True.
They're playing cards. Joe Barneski was his name. He worked for an oil company. He was a oil burner technician.
Alright, we're on to the next reel. I'm going to snap my fingers when it starts so that I can line it up later. Alright, there we go.
I think this is a barbecue outside of... That's the Bone House on Porter Road. That's Aunt Catherine's children. They were Mom's cousins. My mom's cousins. Oh, there's Judy right there.
Yeah.
With her sister.
I feel like I recognize that expression.
Yeah, and I don't know who the one on the left is. That's another cousin. That's Aunt Catherine's oldest daughter, Bonnie. That's Carol Green. Who just turned around. She was Mom's best friend.
She did make it into one of the videos, just wasn't that first one.
It's Elmer again. No, that's Joe Barneski.
When was the last time you talked to anyone from that family?
From that family?
Yeah.
God, years and years and years and years. Most of them are gone. The parents are gone. I think the only one left is the boy. That's Aunt Catherine.
Do you know where the Barneski, where the boy lives now?
No, I don't. I do not.
So it was probably a hot summer day on this one.
I'll say.
They all sprawled out.
Jeez, I don't. You know what? No, that was not Porter Road. That was at the Barneski's house in Collingswood. This is a family reunion.
Okay.
Look at that 57 Chevy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The brightest red you've ever seen.
Yeah. That's Nana. Pulling close. That was the Mercury. I owned that Mercury. In fact, we were married when we had that car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We ran back and forth to Virginia in that car.
Was that your first car?
When I was in the service, it was my first car.
Okay. And there's the Virginia plate on it.
Yep. Because after we got married, we lived in Virginia.
Yeah.
That was Nana's parents' car.
Okay.
At Oldsmobile. That was in Fairview. On Porter Road. That was just outside their house where the car was parked. That was the front of their house on Porter Road. We had a lot of nice times there at that house. She was Nana's mom was a good cook and enjoyed cooking.
What was your what was the thing you remember the most being your favorite meal?
We were married at this point, by the way. We were home from leave. I was home from a weekend liberty. Okay, look how thin I am. That's my 28-inch waist I talked about for years and years.
Yeah. How old do you think you are there in that shot?
Maybe 20.
End of that reel. We'll give it a little snap when the next one starts.
It's Elmer down the shore again.
Did you guys go to the shore a lot?
Well, I didn't.
But her family would?
They went down. That's Nana right there. That might be Wildwood.
I don't know if the camera goes back the other direction, you see how long the beach is, and that's how we'll know.
Yeah, yeah.
Was the Wildwood Beach always super long?
Yes. That's Nana and her mom. We obviously weren't married here.
Maybe the films were out of order.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
These were friends of Nana's. That's Mom's there. Judy's there on the left, all the way to the left. And they were friends. I think neighbor friends. I don't recall Wildwood having a pier like that. That had to be Ocean City.
Did your family go to the beach at all when you were
We went.
you were young?
Yeah, but not. We weren't beach people though. We used to go down for 1 week a year.
Okay.
My mom, my sister, my mother, and I. We used to go down in Wildwood.
There's a ride, the Meteor.
Well, that was
That's how
lifeguards
Okay.
bringing someone in from the beach. Yeah, in fact, there they are on the
stretcher
Yeah.
on the card getting taken out. Well, I'll have to look up where the Meteor was. That's how we'll be able to know what beach that was.
Yeah. Is that Carol? That might be Carol Green. Oh no, it's 3 people.
Wow, a triple bicycle.
Yeah. It's Nana in the middle. There were those people on the beach that I said were friends.
Uh-huh. Okay, the same people.
Yeah, same people. That's her sister. It's Aunt Bobby. And Nana.
Do you remember what their age difference was?
A couple years.
But they were pretty close.
Yeah.
Must have been a bug or something.
Can't put bottles in there.
Yeah.
It's too full. Nana was a spoiled child.
How so?
Well, she never really had to do anything. Her mom did it everything. You know, if she had to do dishes, we always kidded her about it. She'd get on her bike and visit friends. She would let her mom do dishes and she would take off.
Well, she sure passed that along to me in my childhood. So.
Yeah. I don't know where this is. No yard that I recall.
Cute dog, though.
Yeah.
Oh, and that film's over. I'm gonna clap when the next one starts.
That's Carol Green again. And Bub. Judy's dad. Oh, these are the Barneski kids. So evidently they were all down as family. They're the Barneski twins. That's Nana and getting out of their Rosenbiel. Looks like Wildwood.
Yeah. That's funny. That old hotel under construction.
It's Carol and Nana. Toes in and run back.
That was a beautiful shot. Honestly. They were real close for all their lives, weren't they?
Yes. Well, we were in their wedding, they were in our wedding.
I remember when I was a kid, like, they would talk on the phone all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
I talked to Carol a couple weeks ago. They were as close as sisters. That's one of the Barneski kids. That's Debbie. Debbie Still. I think that's at their house in outside of Bordentown.
You can tell they were farmers because they had a spare tractor tire lying around.
Yes. Yep.
You remember that dog at all?
No, I don't remember that dog. I don't. I think it was an outside dog.
Okay. Running the farm kind of dog?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to track down anyone from the from Bobby's family that I can to get this to them.
The only one we've seen so far is Debbie.
It's Debbie. But there's shit. Who's their daughter that I met a couple years ago? Who lives on the lake? Blanking on her name.
What was it? Gail?
Yeah.
Gail?
Yeah, it was Gail.
Okay.
So I'll have to get in touch with her and.
There's no. I don't think there's any. Well, she was the first. Debbie. And Gail was, I think, the baby.
How many middle kids
I
were
think
there?
a brother, 2 girls, and a son.
Okay.
I think the son was the youngest. That was Raymond. He was a tall, typical farmer, tall, lanky, nice guy.
Was he a farmer his whole life?
Yes. Yeah.
That film's over. Clap when the next one starts.
Uh-oh. Somebody shower. This might have been another friend of Nana's. Judy Wine, maybe. Yeah, I don't think this was Nana's shower. I think this was Judy Wine, I think.
Judy Wine?
Yeah, that was another friend of Nana's.
Okay.
Uh-oh. That's Nana. Coming in the back door. What the heck was this for?
Yeah, they're sneaking it.
Oh, it was a shower. My mom's going to be in this picture, I think. That's her sister. I think my mom's in this. Aunt Catherine, Aunt Catherine's kids, neighbors. These were neighbors in the Fairview where they lived. They were aunts, Elmer's aunts, or sister rather. There's Carol Green, or Carol Scholl was her name.
Oh, yeah, Green was her maiden name? She married and became
She married
Shaw?
a Green.
She married a Green. Okay.
Yeah, she was a Shaw. And what was the occasion? It looked
There's
like a shower.
there was some Christmas little. There was like a little Santa thing on the table.
Yeah, they were salt and pepper shakers, I think.
Yeah. Maybe it was around Christmas or something.
No, it was a surprise thing. It must have been for Nana. Yeah, they were gifts. It was a shower thing. It was a wedding shower. That was in her parents' backyard.
What was your first memory of Nana? How'd you meet?
In school. I was a senior. She was a junior.
Okay. You remember your first date? Would you ask her out to a dance or something?
I don't know about a dance. I think we went going up to a soda fountain, a ice cream place.
Okay. That's so silly.
She was one of the popular girls in school as a junior.
Nana was, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing how vibrant the reds are in all these.
Yes. For as old as this picture is.
Yeah, you think it's been it's like a 60-year-old film and it's been sitting in the attic for at least the last 30, 40.
Yeah.
But
Absorbing heat and everything else.
it's crystal clear. They really did do a wonderful job. You know, digitizing it and all that.
Yeah.
Who takes the cat? There's somebody who shoots some of these that just loves to shoot the plants in the front yard.
Well, that was Elmer. They were their neighbors. They where the porch was. They lived just on the other side of the porch.
Oh wow! Is this your wedding?
Yeah. Inside the church, maybe.
Yeah, that's all. Little dark shots are all we get inside the church.
You'll see Art Detry here too.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I think about art pretty regularly.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that I got to meet him and go spend that week with him.
He might be there with his wife, Arlene. That was inside Elmer's car.
Oh,
That's the two of them smoking.
as everybody did.
Yeah. That guy with him was Uncle Trim. He was a friend of the. He was one of Elmer's family members. He was a wealthy guy. He owned a box company in Downingtown area.
Making cardboard boxes.
Making cardboard boxes.
True.
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't see Art with his wife here. They were cousins, and Aunt Catherine.
Do you remember anything of anything special about the day that you got married that I don't know, any memories stand out or anything?
Not really. Not really.
There-
He's a good-looking guy. Well, that's me.
You look so much like Adam.
There's Aunt Carol,
Okay.
and that's the guy she married. That was Les Green. There's Art Detry and his first wife,
Yeah,
Arlene.
yeah. Who was more popular, you or Art?
Art was.
Yeah. Why?
He could dance better. Yeah. Jeez, we went back to the house. I don't remember that.
Blurry shot of the ring. My mom's must have that ring, right?
I don't know.
I would assume so. I feel like I've heard her
know.
talk about it before.
They were aunts. They were Elmer. They were the Bone family. That's the rich guy standing up there who owned the factory.
The box man?
Yeah, the box man.
Yeah.
That's the Bone family. Aunts and uncles and from Pennsylvania. That was the reception. What we could see of it.
Where was it? Where was the reception?
In Gloucester. Gloucester Heights, I think it was. It was a firehouse. That's the Bonamassa end of the family, right in there.
So that's your
my
mom.
grandmother, I think.
Oh wow.
Well. That was Ed Emmel and my mother, I believe.
Sitting by the cake.
Yes.
They were.
That's Arthur again.
Was Arthur your best man?
Yeah. They were Bone family members. That was that was Elmer's sister, was a school teacher.
Okay.
Old Marm. She never got married. That's again all the Bones. That's Elmer's brother with the glasses on.
Okay.
Lived in Pittman.
True. So kind of the end of that film. Still got a few more.
Oh, more wedding.
This one's lit a little bit better. I have that cake topper now.
Really? Is that cake topper at your mom's?
No, I remember we found it downstairs a couple months ago when you were cleaning out.
Okay.
It's in my apartment now.
That's my Uncle Joe Toasty. My mother's brother. I was in the service during this time.
How long did you get a leave for your wedding?
Well, we got married and we moved to Virginia. We hooked up a trailer on that white Mercury we saw earlier. And then we drove down to our apartment in Virginia, Portsmouth.
Who catches the garter?
I don't know.
I guess we'll never know.
No.
Do you remember was your first dance a special song or anything?
No.
You had a live.
Nana and I, we danced a lot. That's what we used to do for fun.
Okay.
Go to dances.
Was there a live band at your wedding?
Yes. Bobby Rico was the name. That's Arthur and his wife.
Aww.
That is my uncle's wife, first wife. My dad's brother's wife.
Okay.
That's my Aunt Antoinette and her husband. Toasties were their names. Toasty. There's Nana. Is that Arthur? Yeah.
Was Arthur married before you guys?
Yes, Yes, he was. They ran away and got married.
Why'd they run away? Was someone's parents going to be mad about it?
That was the band. I don't know why they ran away. She wasn't pregnant or anything.
Okay.
They ran away and got married. They went to Delaware.
Just for the romance of it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. We went to school with these kids, these guys.
Do you remember, did their band have a name or anything? Do you remember anything about it?
I don't remember. No.
All your wedding presents?
Yeah. That punch bowl was still down in the basement. That punch bowl was in the basement. Right there. I think I gave it to somebody just recently. Wow.
So this is back at the house then?
Back in the house, yeah, Porter Road.
How long did they live in that? After Nana and Bobby moved out, how long did they live in the house for?
I don't know how many years, but a number of years, and then Elmer got the shipyard closed.
Okay.
I was out of the service then. The shipyard closed, and they moved to Mississippi.
Okay. But Elmer lived back in New Jersey by the time that he died, right?
Yes. Yes. Back in that house, because they had rented it.
Oh, they kept the house
Yes.
the whole time they lived in Mississippi? Interesting. There's the cake topper I have. Next film.
I believe this is Skyline Drive. I don't know what occasion in Virginia.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know whose car that is yet.
Wow, that's cool. Looks like it's probably fall or something.
Yeah.
The leaves look reddish. Oh, wow, a rainbow.
Yes. Yep. Don't know where that is or where that is. Certainly not Niagara Falls. What? Maybe that is Niagara Falls. I think that's Niagara Falls.
And maybe Elmer went to Niagara Falls and
Could be.
that's what this one is.
Could be.
Have you ever been to Niagara Falls?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's Nana. Yes,
they
they
must
were
have
there.
gone.
They were there. Nana and Judy's parents.
I went one time when I was on tour with the band a couple years ago. We stopped there and then went to that casino. There's a Polaroid SX70. Looks like.
Is that what he's got hanging on there? Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yeah. So that wasn't us driving in Virginia. It was them
Driving
driving
to Niagara
to
Falls.
New York to the falls. She was kind of somewhat of a neat freak.
It seems like they're. How old were they when they had kids? Because they seem like they're a little bit older.
Probably in their early 20s.
Okay.
She was a wild lady.
How so?
Motorcycles. This was our house in Portsmouth, Virginia.
Oh shit.
Well, it was an apartment actually. It was a four-unit apartment. And that woman is who?
Isn't that's her mom, right?
That is her mom.
Yeah.
Yes. That was the first place we lived together. In fact, there's the Mercury again in the back there. See it on the side?
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a barracks, actually. There were 4 units, 4 apartments in each barracks kind.
Was it on base?
No. It was off base.
Light up another cigarette. I do remember Nana talking about how much he would smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Did Nana ever smoke?
Oh, yeah. Heaven just.
Did you?
Oh, yes, I did. Not as much as they did. This was the back of the house. We were on the left, here.
In those windows?
Yes. Back of the house. See the 4 units there?
Mm-hmm. Portsmouth, Virginia, you said?
Yeah. Portsmouth Estates. And it's still there. Because we visited, Nan and I, Judy and I visited maybe 15 years ago.
True.
The place is still there.
Wow.
This is on the Navy base where I was stationed.
Those big old ships. Oh, that's a cool shot.
I think this was on the ferry boat coming from New Jersey into Delaware.
Okay. The Cape May Ferry?
Cape May Ferry.
I've never been on the Cape May Ferry, but it's still there, I think, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, end of that film. Now.
It is a family reunion. I think in the Downingtown area. It was a Bone family reunion. Elmer's side of the family.
Okay.
They were aunts and uncles of Elmer's. That was Elmer's. That woman to the right.
Mm-hmm.
That's Elmer's sister.
Okay.
We always had a nice time there. They were very warm people.
Would they do a family reunion every year?
Every year. We generally had it at one of the cousins or uncle's house who had a farm. This was not a farm. In fact, I think this house was on a golf course.
It does. Looks like it.
Elmer's aunts and uncles. Is that Elmer? I think it might be Elmer there.
Way in the back with his.
Yeah.
Someone was touching his hair.
Yeah. Elmer's brother should be in this too.
Elmer lived to meet. We met, right? When I was a baby.
Yeah, probably yes. Yes.
I think.
Well, you remember, he had a son, Billy Bone. That's Uncle Ray.
Okay.
And there's Judy there to the right.
She looks young in this one.
Yeah, she was. It's Elmer. That's the Bone is right to the left, and his sister to the right. That was Elmer. This guy was in construction.
Wonder who they are.
Again, cousins, uncles, the Bone family, extension of the Bone family.
Every time I see Nana, yeah, she really was beautiful. She was pretty.
She was a nice looking woman. That's Elmer and one of his aunts or uncles.
There's people here who were probably born in the 1800s.
Probably.
What a thought that is.
Probably. With the sunglasses, that's Elmer's sister. And that's his brother squatting there. They were nice people. Not a whole lot of harsh words among them.
Just kind people who got along with each other.
Yes. Yes. She might have been 16, 17 years old in that picture.
Yeah, she really looks very young. That's something I've always admired about our family, right? Like, we've always gotten along. Like, if anybody's ever, like, had
issues.
An issue, it's just been, like, it's never blown up to, like, some kind of a big thing, you know?
That's Debbie.
Yeah, so this one's got to be probably a little bit before the other ones, because Debbie looks younger in this one than she did.
Yes.
Were they already... So Debbie was born when you met Nana?
No.
Were they married when you met Nana?
I think so, yes. Though I used to go to some of these also. In fact, probably as a boyfriend I was at some of these.
Probably before you got married?
Yeah.
True.
It's still the Bone clan. Not in playing badminton. With me.
Yeah, there you go.
I was there.
So this must be the one you were just talking about. Your
Yeah.
when you were a boyfriend.
I don't see him, but Randy, Judy's sister's son, I remember this. They were scrambling for candy on the lawn, but I don't see him in this. Wasn't the first time that they did this at these gatherings.
Throwing candy at the kids was a family tradition.
Yeah, that's Debbie right there. With the red pants on.
Yeah. Any idea who that lady is? The lady throwing the candy?
No, one of the Bone family. Nana was sitting all alone. Where was I? That's the brother. That's Elmer's brother.
That's
Yeah.
they look alike. That's funny.
Yeah, they did.
And they're both clearly the the camera people.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that Bobby?
His Aunt Bobby, yes. And that's Debbie.
What was Bobby's husband's name?
Raymond.
Ray. Okay.
Ray Still.
Did Ray outlive Aunt Bobby?
No, he did. He died He died after getting some kind of a shot for influenza or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Biera disease he got. Got gay.
Do you remember when?
No, I don't know. Yeah, he died first. That's his brother.
Yeah.
Bill.
Slicked back 50s hair.
Yeah. Is that me in the background with different clothes on? This must have been another.
It doesn't look like you to me, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah. That's the boy. That's Raymond, and that's Junior.
Okay.
That's the sister.
So
Debbie.
And who was older, Gail or Raymond Jr.? Who did you say?
Gail must be the baby.
Okay.
Yes. I think it's me on the left.
With the red striped shirt?
Yeah, I think. Looked like a cutthroat game, didn't it?
Yeah, you guys were going at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you play sports or anything when you were young?
No.
There's Nana again. That's a nice golden hour light in this shot.
Yeah. She's feeding her grandson. This must be a different family reunion.
Yeah, that would make sense because this was the really big reel. So
Yeah.
maybe he had just cut together
Yeah.
all the family reunions into one long film.
In fact, I think we had name tags on that time. I think.
Oh, big ass turkey leg.
Yeah. A lot of the Pennsylvania Dutch cooking these women were doing, because they were part of that culture.
Okay. Which was like what kind of food?
Well, types of German.
Okay. Clearly, badminton was a family tradition for someone.
Yeah. I think the thing that you hit is called a shuttlecock.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, we played badminton in high school a little bit.
Did you really?
Yeah. It was the thing we did in gym class.
That's Raymond. Right there with his no shirt on looking at us.
Those are the same two cars, right? The red one.
The Oldsmobile was sitting there. The Nan and Granddad's Oldsmobile. Oh my. This was a lot of fun.
What's this?
We had to open an umbrella, say something, fold the umbrella, get up, hold the chair, carry the bucket back to the other end and give it to somebody else.
What do you mean say something? What'd you have to say?
I don't know if it was say something or sing a song or whatever.
Okay.
Don't remember, but this was a lot of fun.
Some kind of relay race.
There was some kind of thing in the box, and they blew a whistle or something that was in the barrel.
Okay.
You can see put something in their mouth, right here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Is that me? I think it's me.
Yeah. You dropped it.
And then, Mom's.
And so you have to put something on your head too.
Yeah, it must have been a hat. Yes. We're carrying either water. We had to pour water in a glass and transfer it to somebody.
Okay. Okay, without spilling it.
Yeah.
Or when we would do like field day in elementary school, we would do like a similar game, but it was with like an egg. You know, like balance an egg on a spoon and not drop it.
Yeah. I think the winner was who had the most water in the cup at the end. That's Judy's sister's son.
That was Ray Jr.?
Yeah, it was Ray Jr.
So this might be a couple years later than the first one.
Yes, because he's walking in this one.
Yeah.
And he was the baby. There we are.
There you go.
We must have been married. They always had treasure hunts. Inside the house, outside the house. It was a long, drawn out. It wasn't just a quickie. Everybody be involved with it.
That's funny. I think one year Aunt Jenny did some kind of treasure hunt for Easter for us, and I remember it being real fun.
That's the rich guy.
Boxman. Trimble?
Yeah. Trimble. What's his first name?
Trimble was his first name?
Yeah.
What an unusual first name.
Had 2 girls. I think that's me.
Yeah.
Whatever I was doing. Oh, they're eating again.
Yeah.
Must be another year. Billy Bone would love to see these.
Do you have his email or his phone number or anything?
I could get his address. He lives down near Vineland, out that way.
Okay.
There's Dana.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely later then, because she looks older in this one. Yeah, I'll talk to, because I'm definitely gonna send these to like Jeff and Brian and Gail and whatever, and I'll get everybody to tell me anybody else in the family that they think might want to see them, and make sure that everybody gets a shot at it. Right, I think that's probably the end of that one. Yep. All right. Well, there we go. Wasn't that special?
This is all new stuff.
Yeah, this is all new.
That's they were friends of Nana, high school.
Okay.
Violet Mandel. This is, whose wedding is this? That's Aunt Bobby.
They get married after you?
No, that was me just walking past there.
Okay.
That was the guy on the left owned the bar up the street. That was his wife. They were high school sweethearts.
Okay.
That's near the York Ship School in Fairview. I think that's me.
Yeah, it looks like you.
Yeah, me and
And they were friends with you too?
yes,
From school?
yes, high school friends. That's all in Fairview. I don't think that's Porter Road, where Nana lived. No, it is not Porter Road.
There you are.
Yeah, that's me with 28-inch waist.
Yeah.
And that's Nana. And
Yeah, there's
her mom,
yeah.
Audrey. It's a Catholic church in Fairview. I think we were married.
That was the church you were married in?
No, that was a Catholic church.
Oh, okay, yeah, you guys weren't married in a Catholic church. But it would make sense if this was after the stuff we watched last time.
That's the back of Nana's house, like a little, where the trash trucks came to pick up the trash.
Okay.
I don't know whose dogs live there.
Not your little puppies?
No, we never had puppies. They were a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I have to be kind.
No, you don't have to be kind. You just gotta keep in mind everybody's gonna listen to it, so you can't talk shit on anyone.
More puppies.
Don't recognize the car offhand?
No, I don't. It's an Oldsmobile, I think.
Oh,
Is that one of the Stell kids? I didn't see a face. Yeah, I think that's Debbie Stell.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that would make sense because she was a little kid.
Yeah.
In the videos from last time.
And that was Granddad's car. And that was one of the Barneski's girls.
Okay. Oh wow, the farm.
Yes. That's probably Uncle Raymond.
Yeah, the one up.
Yeah, behind the tractor. Where the heck is that? Oh, that was at their farm in Central Jersey, near Hamilton. That's the daughter. That's Debbie.
Okay.
As a little girl. That was their dogs. Okay, that makes sense.
That puppy's flailing like, please put me down.
Yeah. That's Uncle Ray. Oh, and he had his son, Randy, there with him too. That's who he was holding. That was where they lived, in that farmhouse.
Mm-hmm.
In Robbinsville.
Robbinsville, okay.
Yeah.
This is Audrey.
That's Audrey, yeah. And the dogs.
Farm dogs.
I'm sorry?
Farm dogs.
Farm dogs, yeah. I don't think they came in the house at all. They were outside animals. There was enough places, barns and all,
Yeah.
for them to sleep in outside.
Go hunt rabbits and shit.
Huh?
Dogs can go hunt rabbits and stuff.
No, I don't think they were hunting dogs.
Okay.
They were just pets. That's Randy and Debbie. That was at their farmhouse. Boy, no, that was at Nana's house. And on Porter Road.
Okay.
That's Barbara, Judy's sister. I could tell because that pole there was a a clothes pole.
Okay.
Used to run a line from the porch, back of the porch, to the clothes pole.
And that's Raymond, you said?
That was Raymond Jr., yeah. Uh-oh, where is this? That's a Barneski. That's the oldest Barneski girl. It was Nana's sister. Though that's out their farm in Robbinsville.
Mm-hmm.
That's the front lawn. Looks like we were having barbecue. Or going to have.
Do you remember going out to the farm often?
Yeah, we used to go there often, yeah. That's Barneski. I forget her name. That's Judy's cousin. Still on the farm.
Where did
In Robbinsville or on Gordon Road. That's where they lived. Robbinsville is off of Route 130, above Bordentown.
Yeah. Remind me, what was Nana's father's name? Elmer, right?
Nana's father was Elmer.
And that's who he shot these videos, right?
He probably did, yes. In his brownie.
Where did he live?
They lived on Porter Road in Fairview.
Okay.
I'm sure Debbie still hasn't seen these films, ever.
I forget. I don't remember. I feel like Uncle Brian or Uncle Jeff probably tried to get in touch with her.
I think they saw some of them, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, then I'm excited to show her these ones too.
Yes. That's Nana, Judy's mom.
With a little kitten.
Yeah. And that's Barbara.
Yeah.
That's Barneski. That's the daughter. What the heck was her name? Barneski.
So what was the relation, the Barneski's relation to the?
They were. I think it was Nana's sister. I think.
Gotcha. Audrey's sister.
Audrey's sister. That's Joe Barneski.
Their father.
No, that's Barbara's uncle.
Okay.
Yeah, Aunt Bobby's uncle.
Okay.
Joe. Joe worked for a oil company. He was a mechanic. Oil furnaces. That's what he did.
Interesting.
Remember in the other pictures we saw where they were playing cards? I said they're ready to play poker?
Yeah.
Well, it was the Barneskis and Nana, Judy's mom and dad, and the Barneskis. They used to play cards all the time at the Porter Roadhouse.
That explains why you're into the casino all the time, is
Yeah.
as seniors. Oh, is this Shipyard?
No. Where the heck is this? Oh, this was Uncle Jeff, I think. Yes. Uncle Jeff went down to Mississippi to visit with the Bones, his grandmother and grandfather, and I think this is where he came off the plane. He flew down by himself.
How old was he? Do you remember?
He was a teenager.
Okay. And what year was Uncle Jeff born?
I'm sorry?
What year was Uncle Jeff born?
59?
Yeah.
60?
We're sorry if we're wrong, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, you'll see him coming off the plane here, Uncle Jeff. He was.
Yeah. He's in there somewhere.
He's in there somewhere. That's Nana. Oh, we're at the Navy Exchange. We were down in Portsmouth, Virginia. That's me. Oh, with a 28-inch waist. That's why I know. That's me. We were shopping. I don't think that's Jeffrey. No, that can't be Jeffrey. Oh my gosh, maybe it is. Yeah, that's Jeffrey. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So it must not have been Jeffrey on the plane.
No, I don't know what the significance of that plane was, though he didn't fly down. Oh, that's me. And Jeffrey.
Oh my God. That's cute. Did you guys, when Jeffrey was a baby, do you remember going down there to visit?
No. He was a happy kid. And we went, the exchange that you saw was a grocery store. It was a military grocery store on the base.
I was like, we used to go to Fort Dix sometimes, right?
Yes.
It was the same kind of thing.
Yes. That's the inside of a car.
Yeah.
We're at an ocean there. That's Jeffrey again.
And
that's me. I have 28-inch waist.
Yeah. All right, we all get it. You're the 28-inch waist. It can't be that much bigger now. You're like,
Yeah. Gosh.
Does this look like it was maybe in Virginia?
I think so, but I don't know whereabouts in Virginia.
So you guys had Jeffrey when you were living in Virginia?
No. We had him after I came back after Judy came back to New Jersey before he was born. She was pregnant with him when she came back.
Okay.
From Virginia.
Oh, wow.
He used to bite your jaw. He'd get angry and that was a friend. Oh gosh, Dan Flaev was in the military with me. That is Jeffrey. He became an officer, and we were friends with him down in Virginia. I haven't thought of that name in 60 years.
Yeah, but yeah, it came right to your head.
Dan Flaev. Yeah. We're up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I don't know where we were going, but wherever that says, I can't see what it says.
It says groundwater.
Groundwater.
Just an informational sign.
Drinking from a spring.
Yeah.
I think that's me.
Yeah, that's definitely you.
That's the park police.
Okay.
I think that's the Skyline Drive in Virginia. I don't even know what car we were driving then. And or where we were going.
Start a new reel. We'll clap when it starts.
Well, that's one of the Barneski girls. The oldest or the youngest. I forget her name, but she's one of the Barneski kids. That was in their house in Collingswood. That's her dad, Joe Barneski. They lived in Collingswood.
Mm-hmm.
They had a nice backyard. A lot of shade trees. That's their son. And I think he's around, he's still around.
Around here?
In the area, but no, not here. He might be down in Browns Mills. There's Nana.
Okay.
Judy's mom, Audrey. Catherine Barneski. That's one of the daughters, the Barneski daughters. That's Jeffrey. There's Nana feeding him.
She had perfect hair.
No, she didn't.
No.
No, I liked her hair when it was long like that. But after a while, after she had a couple of kids, her hair wouldn't curl or anything. Yeah.
Age will do that to you, but as a young lady, that like reddish yellow.
Well, she was a kind of a strawberry blonde.
Yeah.
She was.
Explains why she always used to talk about how much she loved my curly hair. It reminded her of hers.
Yeah. I think that's me with the glasses on.
Yeah, it looks like you.
Nana's still feeding him. He'll start.
Do you remember the first time that you met Nana's family?
No, not the first time. No, she wasn't allowed to go with Italians anyway, and she brought me home.
Okay.
And that was a whole, like,
Gotcha.
well, you're bringing this dark man here.
So they weren't fond of you in the beginning?
No, they were fond of me, period, because I was Italian.
Okay.
And she knew better. But then, like everything else, I grow on people.
Yeah, you're all that charm.
Yes, exactly. I said it with a 28-inch waist.
Yeah, and they're like, wow, is that a 28-inch waist?
Yes, sir. We're up in the mountains again here. Gift shop. Yeah, we're in the National Park. Shenandoah in Virginia. The Endless Caverns. I think that's...
It's got to still be there.
Well, it's still there. It's not the Luray Caverns, though I think they're in Pennsylvania. Whatever town that is in Virginia.
Did you guys used to go to like the Shenandoah Mountains, or?
Well, it was a place. If we're going someplace south, we would go through the mountains.
Okay.
That's Jeffrey again. I think that's in Fairview. She's still feeding that kid.
Yeah. I mean, you fed that kid a lot.
Yeah. In fact, it was probably the same mushed carrots. Feed me.
He's looking right at the camera. That's going to be... Come here for Uncle Jeff to see this.
Yeah.
It's going to be surreal.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be anxious to show his grandson that also.
Yeah.
He was a good kid, good baby.
His face looks like what his face looks like now.
Yes.
It's funny.
Yes. Oh, another picnic.
Starting a new reel.
Sidewalk. I don't know where that was yet, because that has grass.
Oh my god.
Well, it's the first one. Where the heck was this might have been in Fairview. But I don't recognize that. Oh, it is on Congress Road.
Yeah.
In Fairview. Of course, him being the first child, all the pictures were taken of him, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in our yard on Congress Road.
So this was your house?
Yes, this was our house.
Okay.
And down the street to the right was the Lutheran church, where we went occasionally. Lynn had dance lessons there.
So this is the first
House?
picture we've seen of your house then, right?
Yes, but that's not, you can't see our house,
Yeah.
but yes. That was the sidewalk where our house is.
When did you buy the house? Did you buy the house at around this time when Uncle Jeff was a baby, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, though we lived in another section of Fairview, that's the Fairview section, about 5 or 6 blocks away, that away, and then we were in an apartment, then we moved to the house there on Congress Road. I remember this, he starts splashing. That's our yard on Congress Road.
And you remember watching this before?
Oh no. Oh well, I've seen it before, but it's been a long time. Oh.
And that's you, yeah.
I said, no, that's Judy.
I think that's Audrey, right?
No, that's Judy.
Okay.
She had hair and curlers.
It's a noir-looking shot going on here.
Yeah. Inside the kitchen. Oh, it's on the front porch. That's our front porch on Congress Road. It was an enclosed front porch, not very large.
Is the house still there? You ever drive by?
House is still there. Yes. It's not as beat up as some of the other houses, but yeah, it's still there. That was the front door just to the right. The door to get in was to the left. Whoever was taking this picture, they were at the door onto the porch.
Now, did you have an 8mm camera too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't know how old he was, but he was a few months old. He was 8, 9, 10 months old here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, now he's getting cranky.
Sometimes just give a look and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's totally Uncle Jeff. It's funny.
But there he has hair.
Yeah. Starting a new reel.
We're down the shore.
What beach did you used to go to?
Probably Wildwood.
Okay.
Probably.
It did for a split second. It said on that pier. See if the shot goes back. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So how old do you think you were there? Like 20, 24, 25?
Shit. I guess middle 20s, I guess.
Alrighty.
Now we're back in Robbinsville with Estelle's. That's Uncle Ray. Is he working on his truck? He's working on his truck. Elmer, Audrey, Jeffrey, Barbara. That's Randy.
I feel like we haven't seen that kid before.
Randy?
That him?
No, that's Debbie.
Oh,
That's
is it?
Deborah.
Wow, she looks older than this.
And that's her brother.
It looks like a couple years have passed then since we saw her earlier.
Maybe a year. He's getting angry now that she's throwing water on him. Typical big sister, right?
Yeah.
Now get him, he's down.
Yeah.
That's it, you good, you got it. He's trying to wet his neck.
Yeah.
That's their mom. That's Barbara. They got her.
Yeah, they got her there. Start a new one.
That's Jeffrey. That was inside the house on Congress Road. And he's, yeah, Congress Road? Yes, it is. That's Congress Road. That lamp you see there, I think it's still in the basement.
Yeah? I don't think I've ever seen that one.
I think it is. Smiling all the time. Oh, his first haircut.
You try to cut his hair with the Flowbee?
No,
Yeah.
not him. Not him. No. Well, I didn't have the Flowbee then anyway.
Yeah.
That was a barber shop on the square. That guy I think his name was Frank the barber. Yeah, we all went to him. That was his first haircut. He didn't like it.
Yeah. Does any kid like their first haircut?
No.
Yeah.
This barber was quite an historian. He always used to talk about Mesopotamia.
Okay.
He knew, you name it, he knew the area, knew why it happened and where he was. Yes, there's Nana.
See, I have one of my oldest childhood memories is being in your bathroom upstairs with Mom trying to cut my hair with the Flowbee and me freaking out.
I don't remember that, but yes. Well then, are you the one I traumatized?
Yeah.
With the Flowbee? Okay.
My dad tells me that after that, the only person who I would let take me to get a haircut was my bubby, my dad's mom.
Mother.
Yeah. Oh, looks like that might be you.
I think it is.
Yeah. You're like, how do I work this damn thing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's almost finished. Thank heaven.
So do you think you would have borrowed borrowed the camera for this?
Possibly. Though I don't think I had a Brownie.
You don't remember ever owning one?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's happy he's got the lollipop.
Yeah.
All full of hair. Ooh, he's got his hand on the lollipop.
Yeah.
Yuck. I know I was there. I was taking the pictures.
Yeah, you're
Didn't realize Nana was there, because I remember this.
You remember?
I remember
being
this.
there? That's
Oh, yeah.
funny.
We're at Nana's house.
There's that shot of Nana. She looked like Nana to me.
Yeah.
Like I think I was saying last time. It's funny to me how like different she looked.
That's her
when
mother.
she was-
That's Audrey. Elmer.
Yeah.
That was at their house. That was Elmer's favorite chair. No one really sat in that chair. It was Elmer's
Only
chair.
him?
Yeah.
Was it my mom has some? There's some chair in our computer room that's like with somebody in the family's chair. It's like that small reading chair with the lamp attached to it.
Oh, that was mine
That was yours?
as a kid. Yeah. Little guy. Hi, Buffalo Bob. Park Ranger. I don't remember this. Wonder if this was Audrey. Yeah, that's Audrey there.
Mm-hmm.
Water wheel.
Mabry Mill. I wonder if I Google it, if I'll find out where this is.
Yeah, maybe Mill.
I'm on it.
It's probably in Virginia somewhere.
Yep, Floyd County, Virginia.
In the Blue Mountain Sky, Blue Mountain Range.
Looks like it.
Part of Skyline Drive, I'm sure. That was their car, it was an Oldsmobile. Oh. Indian reservation. Yeah, sure. Gift shop.
Oh my god, a bear cub.
Chained.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. They must have shot the mother because that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nana, get closer. Watch the bear. Isn't he adorable? Yeah, right.
Dribble till he gets too big and they probably shoot him too.
Indian? Gee, it's an Indian again. Bristol, Tennessee. Oh, Bristol, Virginia. Oh, that's at the
Tennessee, Virginia.
Tennessee, Virginia line.
Wow, look at those pants.
Yeah.
Those pants would be stylish now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Judy's
Yeah.
parents' house on Porter Road. She's walking.
Like I said, when I saw Nico on his first birthday, he was walking, so
Yeah, yes.
maybe they were both early walkers.
Oh, come on, Mom, I want to touch the car.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't get over those pants.
Audrey. I'm surprised there's no rag there to wipe his hands, as what normally happened. Touch something like that, they're wiping his hands.
Yeah.
He's gonna sit down. You notice she has an apron on most of the times, because she was doing most of the cooking. We were there for dinner,
Okay.
and she was cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Easter. This was at Audrey, Judy's parents' house. Oh, wait a minute. Not Halloween. He has a bunny outfit on. Maybe this is Halloween?
Good. Just dressing up as the Easter Bunny for Halloween is
Yeah, yes.
would be funny. What is that? Like that weird table behind him? Looks like a musical instrument or something.
I think there might have been a spinet.
Spinet? What's a spinet?
Organ.
Oh, okay.
That orange thing. I bet this is Halloween. That's Debbie.
Yeah.
Oh, he's angry. He's angry. Randy.
Who played the spinet? Do you remember? Yeah, that is. You
Yeah. Well, Nana did also.
Did either of Nana's parents play? Do you remember?
No. No. And that was the piano over there on the left.
Yeah.
They must have all stayed over or something. The kids, because they're still in their pajamas.
Yeah. And it's dark out, so
Yeah.
it's gotta be nighttime.
Or maybe it's time for bed too. Hey, Bobby. That's still Porter Road in Fairview. Uh-oh. We're getting out of the car. That's Jeffrey with Judy. This might have been, we might have come from church. Looks like Easter maybe.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, she looks very dressed up.
Yeah, and he has his Easter outfit on. She's coming up with more stuff. Judy. I think that's me behind her. I can tell because I have a 28 inch
Yeah,
waist.
you can see that 28-inch waist way out in the background.
She has a pie. Now we're coming for dinner again.
Yeah. You got 2 more pies.
That was a familiar scene. Their dining room. High chair in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
The kitchen was just up to the right. That's their living room.
I feel like I've seen that little clock that was in the corner. What I was gonna say is I feel like that's such a difference between like today and back then, right? Like it's like getting together for family dinner.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, that was a whole family. That was, there's Judy. That was Elmer's brother and sister. There, that's his sister, and that's her brother. That's his brother there.
Okay.
That's Billy Bone. You remember Billy Bone? That's his father. And I think that's me.
In the red?
Yeah, I think so.
It might have been Judy even filming that one because she wasn't in that shot.
It could be. She was the sister was a school teacher.
Didn't Nana teach too, or was it
No.
teacher's aide? Something?
She was a teacher's aide. Yes. That's my sister. I'll be darned.
What's her name?
Francis. And that's Edward Christian. That's my half-brother. That's my half-brother, and that's my sister.
Oh wow.
My sister's sister.
This is the first time we've seen any of your family.
Yeah. I'll be darned. Almost didn't recognize her. That's Lisa. That's my mom's. That's Ed Emmel's and my mom's daughter, Lisa. Lisa Emmel. Oh wow. It's my sister again.
Do you know where this was?
That was the time? No, I don't.
But where?
It was in Fairview.
Okay. This was at your house probably?
Yeah.
So where did your sister live?
New York City.
Okay.
That's it. Bite the pipe.
She was she was the one who wrote the cookbook?
Yes.
Okay.
She was the airline. Who was that woman? I don't know. She was the airline hostess.
Your sister was?
Pan Am. She was a purser, actually. On flights.
Okay.
Pan Am.
Were you guys close as adults? Like, did you stay in touch often?
Kinda. She was a nice lady. Very reserved. Upper class. We got married long before she did,
Okay.
because she was working on her career. That's the Mercury that we used to have. We used to go back and forth to Virginia in that car. It's the fall. I think I remember the jacket. That was either leather or a vinyl jacket he had on with a fur collar. He's angry.
Yeah.
He is angry.
Yeah.
You're leaving me alone. Huh. Yeah, that's me. That's the porch.
What? Do you remember Uncle Jeff's birthday or what month he was born in?
I have to look it up.
Okay.
December.
Okay. So then, yeah, if it was December, then it would make sense. This was like a year later, the next fall.
Uh-oh. That was at the end of the block. Our house was back here on the side. I was walking towards the street, the first intersected street. He's smiling again. Oh, I had a bow tie on. Wow.
Was a bow tie Very special occasion.
Well, we had to been some kind of a holiday, or we just went to church or whatever. That's my brother, my half brother, and Jeffrey.
What's your half brother's name?
Edward Christian.
Okay. She's the one who lived in Japan for a while?
Yes. That's my mom. I'll be damned. I haven't seen that picture in somebody in a long time.
That's an awesome dress.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Judy.
Can you tell, was this your mom's house?
No, that was our house in Congress Road.
At this time, where did your mom live? Do you remember? She lived
My mom lived in Camden.
Okay.
On Division Street in Camden. That's her. Oh, wait a minute. No, she had her kids were there. She lived in Voorhees.
I was gonna say, yeah. I knew that
Voorhees.
she lived in Voorhees, but I didn't know when she moved into that house.
Birthday party. That's my brother, half brother.
Is he still alive? Do you know?
Isn't that the furniture you have? It is. That's the
yeah,
furniture.
the one that
That's the furniture you have.
The one that I took a couple months ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely is.
With the knobs.
You can tell with those handles.
Go ahead, stick your finger in the cake.
Is your half brother still alive?
Yeah, I think he is. I haven't heard.
Yeah.
I think he is. That's one of the Stell children.
That's the other piece of furniture that I got.
That's it. Yeah, yes.
That's the other
server.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someday will be my TV stand.
Yeah. There's the Stell kids. Is this Easter? No, not Christmas.
Someone's birthday.
Someone's birthday. That's the Barneskis in the back. And Barbara. That's another Barneski on the left. Again, Catherine, I think.
Is it Jeff's birthday?
It could have been. That's Aunt Carol on the left. Holy smokes. And that's Les Green. Holy smokes. Well.
Who's Aunt Carol?
Carol Green. It was Mom's best friend.
Okay.
Even in later years. That candle was I think 1 to 25.
Yeah.
And it was.
And you burned it all the way down?
Burned it all the way down. Yes. Yes. That's Debbie trying to blow the candle up. Oh, it's wintertime. That's Congress Road. I guess he had never seen snow before. Nope, he hasn't. I don't think he liked it either, did he?
Yeah, and he seems apprehensive.
Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh, he got it on his fingers. Now what, Dad? Got a newspaper? Must have gone for a walk and got a newspaper. That's the front 1190 Congress Road.
Mm-hmm.
Looking through the window.
So that birthday might have been Jeff's.
Yes.
First birthday.
Well,
it would make sense.
there's snow there.
If it was December.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, another birthday party? Or the same one? Same one. Yeah, it's the same birthday party.
Maybe it snowed that day and we don't have to look at it. Maybe they just got spliced together in the wrong order.
That's Uncle Les Green.
Not sure, Sarah.
Carol's, that's his wife. We were in their wedding way back when. What party was this? I don't know.
Definitely some grown-up party, you know. I don't see any kids running around.
Yes. That's Carol. What, to the right of Judy. I'm not sure where this is. I don't know whose house that was. We were friends with him and his wife.
Okay.
Jack. Oh gosh. Jack. And his wife Flossie. Zane. Zane. Flossie and Jack Zane. He passed away. She remarried. It's a whole story about Flossie Zane and Nana. That's Carol and Les again. They're cleaning up. That might have been at Les and Carol's house. They had a nice house in Stratford.
Okay.
That might have been their house. He became a very wealthy individual.
Doing what?
He was a bank executive.
Okay.
In the computers. She's still living. I talked to her.
That's Flossie?
No, that's Carol Green.
Okay.
I talked to her 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Well, we'll have to get in touch with her and make sure that we get her this video.
She doesn't have a computer. She'd have no way to even to look at it. We used to go over to their house every Christmas Eve.
Where does she live?
Stratford.
Still?
Mm-hmm. Same house as before. Same house.
Well, maybe we'll have to go over and take a picture one day and show her.
You can tell the age of this because of all the blonde furniture.
Yeah. The furniture is awesome. Yeah, the home decor. There was a set of like window curtains earlier that I was like, that's a cool pattern. Not these ones.
He was in the Marine Corps.
He looks like a Marine.
He did his 4 years, Marine Corps. Nice guy. Is that Nana?
Lounging.
Yeah. Uh-oh. It's Jeffrey again. Don't step off that step. I think we've seen 3 different coaches in these shots. That's another different coach.
Mm-hmm. Different era when a stroller was called a coach, huh?
Oh no, that was a stroller, but he also had a coach. I saw a coach.
So what's a coach? What's the difference?
It's like a bin. It's like a tub
Okay.
with wheels, and that was at That's Porter Road. There's Nana, Audrey's parents, mom.
Starting a new reel.
Jeez, dinner again at Nana's house.
Yeah. Lots of family dinners.
Yep. That's the Stell family. There I am. I think that's Judy's uncle, Elmer's brother. Oh, we're praying.
Yeah. Little girls pray.
No, that was Raymond. His back's to us, Raymond.
Okay.
Is that a turkey that she had? Cards. Presents. They call that a shadow box.
Mm-hmm.
Thelmer.
Is this your birthday? It looks like you might be about to blow it out.
I don't know.
When is your birthday?
July.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, it's Elmer's birthday.
Yeah.
A lot of candles there.
Remember the time with all the when we had a bunch of candles on your birthday?
Yeah.
Was burn the house down?
Yeah. And there were all 60 of them.
Yeah.
Flame. Yeah.
I remember being in Party City with Nana and her being like, go get some candles, and I just got the first ones I saw. I didn't even know.
He's out on the sidewalk on Porter Road. Uh-oh, here comes a dog.
Yeah.
Someone's going to scoop him up. Uh-oh.
So when did you get your first dog? You guys get your first dog?
When we moved here.
Okay. And it was Fitz, right?
It was
First?
Fritz.
Fritz.
Yes. It was a Schnauzer. Who was that? Don't know. A neighbor on Porter Road? Don't know. That's
a coach. Okay. So I see one of those and I immediately think of Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This looks like that's Jeffrey, but he's younger there. Oh.
He's running around.
I don't know who this woman is in red. She might have been a neighbor. I think that's Nana back there again. You know, I can tell she's got an apron on.
Mm-hmm.
Still, again. Out in the yard on Porter Road. When they were a little older, Elmer had a little roller coaster on the side on the left, and it was like 3 dips, maybe 12 feet long. They used to have a ball in it. Get on a little cart. You would stop at the hedges, the cart.
That's funny. I remember having one of those.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a little plastic thing.
This is metal.
Yeah, I'm sure. By the time I was a kid, They made that shit of plastic.
That's Porter Road. The area does not look like that now, that's for sure. That's the Dolsons. They didn't have any children. It was the two of them.
Neighbors
of Elmer and Audrey, and they were neat freaks. You didn't go into your house with shoes on. You had to wipe the heels of the bottoms of your feet before you went in the house.
Okay.
They never had children.
Sounds like the kind of people who wouldn't have children.
Oh, was that? They had a dog. I don't know. It was a dog called Corky. They were looking at an airplane. We were looking at an airplane because the planes flew over to the airport, Philadelphia Airport, practically over the house. And Jeffrey used to say, "Toot toot toot." That was airplane.
Toot
toot toot toot toot toot. He'd point. On the side of the porch. Warren Porter Road.
Is that Corky?
It might be. It might be. Though I don't remember the dog being in the house.
Did Audrey and Elmer have a dog?
That might have been Corky. I'm not sure. But they did have a dog. I thought maybe when it was Judy when she was a little girl. Corky, and it was a black dog like that. Oh, we're on the beach here.
Everyone's sleeping.
Yeah. And I think
Up in Adam.
That's Wildwood. I don't recognize anything yet. Just a panoramic of the beach. Not much has changed between then and now, has it?
Well, the beach is still there.
Yeah, beach.
I'm trying to Google if I can find anything about that Up and Adam roller coaster.
Oh. And an airplane towing a banner. Whatever the banner says, certainly can't read it.
Yeah.
Once the tram car plays.
Yeah. So, if you weren't sure, it was Wildwood. The tram car gives it away, and also I found the Up and Adam roller coaster was.
That's not.
Sound asleep.
Uh-oh. Where's Jeffrey? That's her. Right there. Where's the baby? That's Les Green, Carol, Shaw, and Judy.
Do you remember in Wildwood the beaches always being really long?
Oh yeah. Always were.
This beach looks like it's right up against the boardwalk, which is
it does.
interesting.
But as far as I can remember, they've always had a long between the boardwalk and the water's edge. It was a very long distance. We might have been here without the kids, the four of us, because we used to occasionally the four of us would go down and stay for a couple of days down the shore.
You would watch the kids.
Probably Nana, Granddad, her parents.
Whitecap, that's still in Wildwood.
Yeah. That's the four of us on a bicycle. Or three of us. Four of us.
Yeah, I've absolutely driven by that hotel many a time.
You've seen that hotel?
Yeah.
Earlier? I guess we were staying there. And we're leaving there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were there without the kids. Came in one car? I guess. Uh-oh.
Casino or something?
On the boardwalk? No, they were
King
casinos right there.
King Arthur's Carousel.
Carousel. Well, that may or may not be Wildwood. Yes, it is, because they're still on the boards. That's Les just waving his hand. See how wide
there's
that
the
long
Long
beach is?
Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about it too. I think the if I remember right, I think the Whitecaps Motel is on the super north end of Wildwood, like right when you get over, and the beach on the north end is really short. So that might have been where you were in that first shot. As I did engagement photos for somebody on that beach a couple months ago.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Back to summertime. Kid was always smiling. Oh, don't drink the water. It's a wonder someone didn't snatch that glass out of his hand. Get her wet. Another plane. Another airplane.
Yeah.
Blowing bubbles on the water.
Yeah.
What the heck is this? That was at Porter Roadhouse. Getting her wet. Up those two steps, and the back door was walk into the little kitchen. My hands are dirty. In Fairview, where that was, it was part of the flight path into the airport in Philly. Planes all the time.
Just like here, even.
It was worse there.
Yeah,
because
sure.
yeah, That's the direction. It would be lower. It'd be closer to the airport where we lived before. He's going to get angry now. Getting him wet. Uh-oh. It was your mother that did it. Oh, here he comes.
What do you watch?
Here he comes. Jeffrey, when he was a little guy. His mother just threw water at him, and he's got a glass. He's going to get back at her.
It's a Jeffrey?
Yeah. Maybe a year and a half old.
Uh-huh.
Get her, get it. You have to go in there?
Yeah.
Here we're at Wildwood again. I think that's Jeffrey. It is. I think. Yeah. Wasn't a whole lot of skin showing there, was it?
No, yeah, you got him covered up good.
Yeah.
That was before you knew how bad
Yep.
bad the sunburn was for children.
Yep.
You were ahead of the game.
They generally were down there with long sleeve shirts on too.
I mean, modern research shows that like if you get sunburn a lot as a kid, it really does increase your chance of skin cancer as an adult.
Yeah. You think a year and a half old? Year and a half?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
If he was born in December, this would be what the second summer. So
year and a half. Yeah.
Which would put it at 62, I believe. I looked up on Facebook and Jeff was born in 60.
That's Judy.
No, Jeff was born in 59, I lied. Which would mean this is 61.
Hang on to it, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of here, he said.
Yeah.
Heck with this.
Yeah. Nana took him in too deep, it scared him. Oh, wow. Can't wait for him to see that one.
Yeah. That's cute.
Yeah, it's real cute.
Who made picture of you?
I must have, yes. It must have been me. Yeah. I don't remember having a camera though. What's he into? Donuts? The heck's he got there?
Maybe a toy or something. Who knows?
That's Wildwood. Wildwood Beach.
I know.
That's the Stells. That's Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be Debbie. Look how burnt they look. Like down the shore. Look how they look. Do they look burnt? Yes, they do.
It also might just be. It looks like it's really dark on the camera.
Yeah, but look at their eyes. Look at his eyes.
Yeah, you can see there's
Yeah,
like
he's had too much sun.
a white patch.
Yeah, oh yeah. Interesting.
Spent all day on the beach.
Yeah. They're the Judy's sisters,
Mm-hmm.
nieces, and nephews. Down on the farm again.
Different dog.
Different dog, yes. This is in Robbinsville, near Hamilton, Route 130 north.
Is that the end? Alright, so starting a new one.
That's Judy's mom. That's Jeffrey. Another birthday party. It's a birthday party. Another one. It must. Maybe it's a 2-year-old party. That's at Judy's parents' house. They're the Stell kids. Judy's sister's all the way to the left. It's a birthday party.
Those lamps I remember.
Yep, it's still down in the basement.
Yeah, those ones definitely.
Oh, what is that? Oh, the cake. Saw pictures of my mom here. That's Jeffrey and his cousin. Oh, wow.
Old audio.
Tape recorder. Wow. Christmas time. That's what this was.
So that probably was Jeff's birthday, because
Yeah.
Jeff's birthday was in December. So this would be his second birthday.
There should be a snowman in that. Yes, this was that snowman. That tree was an aluminum tree. It used to turn on a motor.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you can
Yes.
see it spinning.
Yes.
Which was it? That was
Elmer's.
yeah, that must have been a fancy tree back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah. It was there every year.
And it was made of aluminum?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It would sparkle like you saw there. Oh, I remember that tank. That was at our house on Congress Road. That was the dining room. That's the living room here, where the thing was coming to. The tree was back here.
And so this is Jeffrey again.
This is Jeffrey.
You could see how much older he looks in 6 months.
Yeah.
From the beach.
At Christmas time. Yeah, that's us. Huh. First thing he went to was a gun.
Typical boys.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
You had to shoot it this way. You see, it would come out.
She's like, was it like spring loaded?
Yeah. Well, it was a cone.
Okay. They hadn't invented Nerf guns yet.
No, that was a.
So this was at your house then?
This was our house on Congress Road. That's Judy. This was Christmas Eve.
It's very summery dress for Christmas Eve.
Yeah, yeah. Not Christmas Eve. This is Christmas morning.
Yeah.
I don't know that her parents were there yet, but they came every year in the morning.
Did you have any other like Christmas traditions when the kids were growing up?
No, not really.
When did? Because I remember like we used to get the family would get together Christmas Eve every year.
Yes.
When did that start?
I'm not sure. Though when they were when the three of them were little, and we lived in Fairview, we used to go to like a takeout place, like a McDonald's,
Yeah.
and have a Christmas
Eve.
Christmas meal. Yes.
Oh, for Christmas.
Yeah, for Christmas Eve. They're opening packages again. They're the Still Kids again. I think I've seen this before, but yes, that's Judy's sister, Barbara. That could be Dawn right in the front there.
Who's Dawn?
Dawn is Judy's niece.
Okay.
Not Debbie, not Dale, Gail, Dawn. That's her father, Elmer, and her mother. And they're all the grandkids there. Kid was always smiling.
Yeah, really. I feel like he's a relatively happy adult too, for the most part.
Like his father.
Yes.
Like his father.
Yeah.
What do you mean, oh please? You have to get past here?
No,
Okay.
I'm watching. I have to.
Where are you going?
Just don't put it like this.
And come over here and put your foot up here.
Do you want me to get here? I'll get.
No,
Do you want me to get
I'm
a stool for you?
fine. No, it's
Okay.
fine.
You can, okay.
Okay.
That was our house on Congress Road. Because that table and chair, I think Uncle Jeff, or was it Uncle Brian, painted it, Jeffrey, 2 years. That's Uncle Les Green, Judy's friend. We were in their wedding.
That's a scary toy.
Look out. They hadn't had children yet, the Greens. They were late in having children when they got married. That was Carol. That's my brother, my half brother, Edward. My mom should be in here then. Where's my mom? There she is. That's my mom.
And the
In the red. And her daughter Lisa.
What happened to your dad?
My dad.
Did they get separated?
They got separated when I was
Okay.
about 10, 12 years old. Yeah. See, it wasn't Michael Jackson that did the moon dance. Jeffrey was doing it when he was 2 years old.
I think this video will hold up as evidence in court.
Yeah.
Toy's scary too.
He's marching to something.
Did Jeffrey ever do music when he was a kid?
No.
In high school or anything?
No.
Brian? I feel like one of them did marching band, right? Or am I
I
wrong
don't
about
think
that?
so. Who's he waving to over there?
The scary doll.
Oh, yeah.
Toy piano.
Oh, that's why he's dancing. His mother's playing the piano.
I wish you had audio for that moment. She was
Yeah.
going hard.
That's our kitchen on Congress Road. And that was our car, a Mercury. Oh, and I got a hit.
Oh.
I got sideswiped.
Oh my gosh.
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that happened?
Oh, I remember.
What happened?
A car ran through a stop sign and hit the side of my car about 3 blocks from home.
Was it just like, so the car was just like that till you got rid of it someday?
Yeah. And we did soon after that, because we couldn't use the door.
That'll do it.
Oh, this is a rerun.
Maybe a different reel just cut out of order. Because I don't remember seeing these.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that game.
Yeah, because we didn't see him opening any presents before.
No, we did not. He's still interested in that train.
It's like one of those Raggedy Andy dolls.
It was a chemistry set. 2 years old. Hug it. Oh. There he is.
Kiss it right on the mouth.
What the heck was that? A fish?
Toy trumpet.
He's looking for something else to play with. Nice truck. Here, go shoot your father. We hung every piece of tinsel on that tree every freaking year. Sorry. Uh-oh, more snow. That was Congress Road. He was walking very well then, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. He's 2 at this point. He should be an expert.
Throw snow at Mom. The car was right there, the black one. That was our car. Chevy Bel Air. Ah, this is the roller coaster.
Yeah.
This is at the grandparents' house on Porter Road. And we stop right at the hedge. They love that thing.
And Jeff was the roller coaster.
Yeah.
Fanatic as an adult,
Maybe this was what started him.
Yeah.
With the roller coaster enthusiasts. Come on, go for a ride. Jeez, he did it himself. He might be 3 in this picture.
Yeah.
You think?
Well, if it was
Second?
December, he turned 2, then that might be like summer when he was 2.5.
Could be. Yes, logic. If the films are in the sequence, yes. Oh, another Christmas. And this is younger.
Yeah, that one must have been spliced out of order.
Yeah.
It was probably that same Christmas. 2-year-old Christmas.
Yeah, they're different toys.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're different toys.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this was his first Christmas?
It could have been.
Is it Christmas before the one we just watched?
We saw a 2-year-old Christmas. This might have been
1-year-old
What?
Christmas.
1 year, yeah.
Yeah.
He's small here.
Wow. Oh, I remember that top. Poor kid, never had any toys. See the grandparents there? See them on the Audrey?
Mm-hmm.
That was at our house on Congress Road.
So this is 1-year-old Christmas. This would be
It was
1960.
1-year-old, yeah.
This would be 1960. Oh, there's
Those ducks.
the duck I have.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Yeah.
You have, yes, there they are. That's one of them. They were little planters. Remember, they were in the living room? Looks like a tablecloth.
The Santa doll looks familiar too. I wonder if that was around when I was a kid.
That was the landing to the upstairs. And I was putting a new floor in, a ceramic floor. And that's what that was. Uh-oh. My brother and my sister, Lisa. My mom should be here. No,
It might be her sitting in the back in the black.
could be. No, that was
looks like
Elmer. That's Elmer.
Yeah. Ooh, that one's pretty cool.
That's my brother, half brother. That's Ed Emmel. That was my mom's. That's Lisa. That was her second husband. He was a piece of work.
So then Lisa is your half sister?
Yes, and Christian is my half brother. That's me with a 28-inch waist. Could you tell?
Yeah.
House looks like a mess. Oh, we're decorating it for Christmas. Gingerbread house.
It's a nice gingerbread house, though.
Yeah. I saw a picture of my sister. My Frances. My sister.
So is Francis your only full sibling?
Yes. Uh-oh. Mom, you left me. I was going to say, is that ice? That's our Mercury. Without the crash.
Yeah, so this must
Yeah, on passenger side.
this must be
Earlier.
winter of was it 61 it would make it. It was after Christmas in 60.
Oh, we're down to Wildwood again.
Is that Jeffrey?
That's me. That's Jeffrey.
Okay, then this must be bad. This must be the summer when he was 2.
Was I a good-looking guy?
Who, you?
Yeah.
Boy, my God.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. Yeah. How many inches do you think his waist is?
Don't have to guess. It's 28 inches.
Yeah.
How old you are here?
Oh gosh, 25 maybe?
Well, younger than I am now. That's a thought.
Yeah. Notice the long pants on the kid. She's pregnant with Brian.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Mom. I still have that bathing suit.
Yeah, do you really?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No. If I still had 28-inch waist, I would have still had that bathing suit, but I don't. Oh, she was well along, wasn't she?
When was Brian born?
August.
August?
Yeah.
Remember what year was it? 62?
I don't know.
I looked at Facebook. His birthday's not listed on Facebook. So.
Oh, we're not ashore again. Jeffrey coming from the water. On his mom's legs. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're still, I guess she's still pregnant from Brian.
Yeah, it's gotta be the same
Yeah.
trip.
It's a wildwood.
Yeah.
You rented house or you just go one day?
No, we had a apartment. Oh, this is Brian coming home.
Yeah, wow.
That was the hospital in Camden. Oh, and
Lord's?
Mount. Oh gosh,
Not Lady Lord's.
Lady Lords.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Congress Road. That was on the side of the house. That was the first house that we bought.
You only ever. So you had that house, and then you moved to this house. Or was
Well,
it?
we actually had that house, then we moved to Porter Road. That's Elmer's sister. Oh, this is, whose wedding is this? This is our wedding. No, gracious, there she is, still pregnant.
Yeah. So who would have been married when
I don't know.
when Brian was?
That's Barbara. Oh, it's Elmer, Elmer's brother, and Grace. Bill Bone and Grace. That's Billy Bone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his mom and dad. That's in Pittman. They were all, that's all the Bone families that we saw, most of them in the, man, she is big in that picture, wow.
So we know somebody got a.
That was Judy.
This is
He
right.
married at an older age also.
Was that his first marriage or?
His first marriage?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember this. Reception. I don't remember. She had a couple girls, Grace, from a previous marriage, and they're probably in here. They're all Bone families, all here. Same ones we saw at the reunions. Where are her children? Right here. They're her girls right there.
Looks like you again.
It looks like me again. And you know how you can tell?
The cool sunglasses. Oh, no, the 28-inch waist, right?
This was the wedding dinner. That's Audrey, Judy's parents. And that's Elmer back there against the window. I don't remember where this was.
This could have been at the farm? It looked like...
I don't know. That's one of his sisters there in the middle. And who the heck are they?
Maybe it's a country club or something.
It could have been. Oh, it probably was, because he used to golf at Pittman. That's one of the daughters right here. That's Grace's daughter.
Okay.
That's Barbara and Raymond still. And there's pregnant Judy. I don't know who those people are. That's part of the Stell family, or the Bone family. All of those people there. All of them. This guy right here, we used to go to his farm outside of Coatesville,
Okay.
Pennsylvania. And he had a big farm. We used to go for tractor rides. That's Elmer's sister. And the woman on their aunts and uncles, Bone family members. That's one of his sisters. That's the guy, remember I told you, owned a cardboard factory?
Yeah. Mhm.
That was the guy to the
Okay.
left. And his wife was Elmer's sister.
Do you remember how many siblings Elmer had? Did he
I think 4,
Okay.
I think. Oh,
That
Brian.
Yeah, that must be baby Brian.
he doesn't look very happy.
Yeah, we already had the happy one.
It doesn't look like Brian does it.
Not the same way that like Jeff looks
No.
like Jeff, you know.
I think that's Brian. Yeah, it has to be
Yes,
Brian.
Brian, of course, yes, it's Brian. And Jeffrey play with him. Oi, oi.
Was it like a music box type thing?
Yeah, but it was on a reel.
Yeah, but it played a song.
Yeah. Geez, what was he? Maybe 8 months? 6, 8 months?
He's
No,
gotta be
not-
less than that.
Less than that?
Less, yeah. He said not so well.
There's Judy and her mom. And that's Brian. Geez, I wonder if we have any pictures in any of this with your mom.
Yeah, if we look through my mom's collection of pictures, I'm sure we could cross-reference a lot of this stuff.
That's Elmer. I think that's me. Playing patty cake.
You can tell because of the waist.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a non-distinct setting of a...
It doesn't look like a holiday or
No, it
anything. It just
doesn't.
looks like a get-together.
That's Barneski's.
Maybe it was
That's
a-
Brian.
maybe it was
and
like-
that's Aunt Carol. Aunt Carol and Uncle Les here. Maybe it was a christening or something.
Maybe it was the first time that the family was visiting, all visiting Brian or
I don't know.
something.
No, but for first visiting, he is big one. Maybe Christian, baptized.
Could be. See, at this point, they were without children. The Greens, Carol and Les. They didn't have any children yet. See that picture in the... Jeffrey's 3rd birthday.
Okay. Which would mean if Brian was born in August, September, October, November, December, he would be 4 months. 3-4 months.
I don't know who that is, but that person, little child, doesn't look happy. That's Uncle Les again on the left. Uh-oh, that's the Barneskis. That was Joe Barneski's, Judy's uncle. Oh, Mom, I don't like chocolate cake. Carol. See, the Greens were around for a long time. We don't know what that is.
It's probably the Christmas tree. It's just under his boat.
There was no tinsel on it, so I couldn't tell.
True.
Uh-oh, Christmas again.
Yeah.
With the trains.
The train. This is a bigger train set. That looks like the set that. That looks like the one that.
That is a bigger set, and he's only like 2 years old in this one.
Well, he's probably 3 in it. Uncle Jeff's probably 3 in this one. Would have just turned 3. That looks like the train set that Uncle Brian and Jenny used to have under their tree.
I don't know.
Probably isn't, but I remember theirs being on a piece
Jeez,
of
picture of
plywood.
Brian. Christmas time. Poor kid never got any toys.
Yeah, clearly.
Parents. Judy's parents were over again. Christmas morning. Wait a minute, that's Judy right there. I thought that was Audrey.
In the blue?
In the blue, yeah. That's Judy.
When you do that with somebody who give the key, you ask him. So you have to take key, yes, on Friday, day before 5, and then when you do it with somebody, you have to ask about it because.
Oh, he got a raincoat. Jeffrey got a raincoat. Yellow raincoat.
Now, do you remember, did you pick Brian and Jeff's names out beforehand?
Yeah.
Do you remember why you chose those names?
I like Keith, and I didn't like Jeffrey, so it was Jeffrey Keith.
Okay.
And then I liked Brian, and my friend was Arthur Detry.
Oh, his middle name's
Brian
Arthur
Arthur.
after Detry? Word, that's funny, I never knew that.
It's Congress Road, sidewalk by the house.
There you are looking
God,
classy.
who's that hoodlum?
You look like a detective or something.
Yeah, exactly. Dark rimmed glasses and a hat.
Yeah. And the trench coat?
And was that kind of trench coat?
Or whatever, the big coat, whatever it is. Tops it all off.
There's as many winter pictures as there are summer pictures in here.
Yeah.
And what, one or two fall pictures? That was at Porter Road house, and he's 2 years old here. He's not 3 in this picture. That was an electric car.
Yeah, there it goes. How would you charge it, plug it into the wall?
No, not back then. It was batteries.
You have to just buy new batteries every time? Okay.
Yeah.
Was that a gift from the grandparents?
Probably.
Yeah.
Steer. Oh, we corrected ourselves. I saw that.
It cut off right at that moment.
Yep. That's up on the farm again. That's the stills.
You can tell because they got a toy tractor for Christmas.
Yes. and it's the field. The very large front lawn they had. This driveway was here on the right. There was nothing small about that property. It was a farm. And it was the white dog and not the black one again. That's the farmhouse. That was an interesting farmhouse. The old, of course. The kitchen had a stairway in it. It went upstairs to the help quarters.
Okay, so it was probably an old house when they had
Could've
maids
been-
or
they could've
servants
had-
or whatever.
It could have had a slave. That could have been a slave house too.
Who knows?
You know?
It was that old.
Yeah. Maybe not a slave, but certainly a resident who lived there that came down and fixed the meals for the family.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that before in a house.
True.
A bedroom, a stairway in the kitchen that went up to the bedroom.
How interesting.
They're all the Stell kids. Or is that Jeffrey there? That could be Jeffrey right here.
In the front.
Yeah, in the front. I recognize the jacket. And of course the freaking squirrels in Porter Road.
Yeah.
Now they Baudry used to feed the squirrels. There she is, feeding the squirrels.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And you said they had a dog?
I think they had a dog, but I don't know what time frame they had this dog.
Maybe when they were younger.
That squirrel used to scratch on the door. I want to get fed.
Really? Yeah. I've seen videos on YouTube of like people with like pet squirrels and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
They're freaking rats with fuzzy tails.
Well, I remember you going out and shooting them with a BB gun here.
Yeah.
So.
What is this?
It's just a picture. This is Judy's parents' house. They're, I guess, some of the flowers that they had growing in their yard. Don't know what that is yet. Flowers on the porch.
Is there more? I don't think so. I think that's the end of this one too.
Okay.
Yep. And like we said,
That's Brian and Jeffrey driving. That was a battery-operated car that they had. Well, Jeffrey did tons of fun. I think the Bones bought that for Jeffrey for Christmas, and he loved it.
I didn't even know battery-operated cars were around that long.
Yeah,
You know?
True. Well, it wasn't. It was one of those dry cell batteries. It wasn't a rechargeable, and it was. That was I think Congress Road in Fairview. I don't think that was Porter Road. But they had lots of fun in that little car. And that is Jeffrey pushing his brother and sister. Wow.
the whole gang.
I forget that.
All three of them.
Yeah. Wow, that is on Congress Road in Fairview. Wow, I forget all that. Yeah, Congress Road. I forget what that intersecting road was, but our house faced Congress Road. Yeah. Doesn't look like your mom? That doesn't look like Lynn.
You would know more than me.
Yeah,
that's a boy. That's a boy.
That's a boy. That might be Randy. And I'm not sure. That might be Randy. But let's see some family members, because I don't think we ever had him alone.
Like I say, if that's Brian in the middle, Brian kind of looks like a girl.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Sorry, Uncle Brian, when you hear this.
Yeah. I think I'm correct in that regard. Oh, there's me. And I know that's Congress Road. And that's my cousin Nick Bonamassa and his wife Marie. Hello, Marie. And they passed. He passed a couple years ago. That's Nana, and that's got to be Jeffrey there, in the coach. But that's Nana. Hello, Nana.
She looks a lot like my mom in this one.
Yeah, I'll call her mom.
What's up?
I'll call her mom or Nana. I'll call her Nana. Nana. Yeah, we just love the beach. Yeah, right.
And which beach would you go to?
It was probably Wildwood.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. And I don't know who those other boys are.
So maybe some beach friends, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't. Though they might have been my cousin Nick's boys, though I don't recall.
It's funny. I have that same exact memory in the Outer Banks, digging big holes with Joan and Nathan, Adam Mitchell. Aw, you recognize the dog?
I don't know where we were. That is Brian, and I think that's Nana. But I don't know what dog that is. It had to be one of the Stell dogs. Had to be. Yeah, don't get close to the dog.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know where we are. Oh, we're at my mom's on Cooper Road.
Oh, this is the first time we've seen that house then.
Yes.
In this footage.
And there's lumber there. They may be doing construction. Oh well. Oh well.
That's funny.
Yeah, of course that's me. And I don't know who's that in the van.
Starting a new roll. I'll clap when it starts. Mm-hmm.
Test the memories again. That's obvious. That's Jeffrey. And that is on Congress Road. 1190 Congress Road
Wave to him.
in Fairview. Of course, that's Nana, and that has to be Brian. See that car in the back, the Chevrolet? That was our car.
Yeah. What year was it? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember. No, I don't.
Was that a school
54?
uniform Jeffrey's got on? What's he?
No, it had to be Easter.
Yeah. He looks like a red coat. Like the British, like the British are coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. A uniform coat. Come on, kid, walk. That's Brian. Yeah. Yeah. He was a good kid, good baby.
Brian was.
Yeah. Jeffrey primarily because he was our first, of course.
Yeah. Don't I know what that's like? The first is always the
Yes.
special place in your heart for the first
Yes.
one.
We're going to the car. It was a 2-door. I forget how we got rid of that car, but we did. I think it had engine problems. Burned oil like crazy. Oh, he was sitting in the front.
Yeah, no car seat.
No.
Oh, that
car
looks
seat.
like Jeff. That shot, like his face looks exactly the same as it does
Yes.
now. There.
No car seat, no seat belts, by the way, as you notice.
Yeah, well, somehow they all survived. So.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. And we were at Nana's house on Porter Road. It had to be a holiday.
Yeah, for
probably
sure.
Easter. Yes.
Nana's all dressed up.
Yeah. This is before Lynette was born.
Yeah, we haven't. I was gonna say I don't think we've made it to any of her being a baby yet in any of this.
Yeah. 3042 Porter Road. Oh, there's where we got the screen from. It was from Nana's house. We're back on Congress Road in this picture.
What screen?
The screened in front porch. Nana's porch was screened in.
Yeah, so that's you. You know, you wanted this one.
I
This house
guess.
to have a screen.
Well, we had it, but then we knew what it was like. Boy, he was little there. Year and a half, maybe? No, maybe less. Well, who's that guy with the 28-inch waist?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's me.
Who's that hunk?
Yeah, right.
That hunky Italian
Yeah, right.
with all that black hair. No
Yeah,
grain
it was
inside.
28-inch waist, please. Let's get it correct. Come on, take a step. He's on take a step. Oh, who's this little girl? I think they were neighbors across the street, diagonally across the street. Yeah, I think it is. In fact, Jeffrey is still friends with that girl.
Really?
Marie? Oh, Dusak? No, not Dusak. Marie somebody or other, I forget.
Well, I'll have to tell Uncle Jeff to
Yes.
show her this.
Duranzig.
Duranzig.
Marie Duranzig. And
Yes.
she had a sister. And that was probably before her sister. That was Marie. And the last time he was up, I think they went out to lunch.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
She still lives around here?
Yes. Well. Whatever it was, he liked it.
I wonder who's taking this video. It must.
Brian.
That's, oh my god, that sign is still there, right? That's still the McDonald's sign in the, like on the Black Horse Pike, right?
Well, I don't
Looks
know,
like
but
it.
I didn't see how many billion.
Yeah.
Or how many million. It was probably millions back then.
Yeah.
Now it's billions.
Now it just says 99 billion. And,
Yeah, of hamburger sold. Oh, give me the cup. The heck with the straw.
Were there always like a lot of McDonald's around?
I don't really know if there were always a lot in around here.
New one.
Oh, it's another holiday. We're at Nana's house. Granddad was taking the pictures. It had to have been Easter.
Yeah.
It had to have been.
The same. Because this is the same day that the other one was. This is definitely
No.
the same day. Jeffrey's got the same outfit. Nana's got the same dress on.
Okay, but I must have changed.
Yeah.
And that might be family coming down the street, Bone family. I think. Not sure again. See if they walk past us. No, maybe not.
And that's
Easter. It was Easter because there's an Easter basket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's your mom, right? Or is that Nana's mom?
That's Nana's.
Yeah.
Nana's mom. Nice pictures. You can tell there wasn't a whole lot of. That was Randy. Randy Still.
Randy still around?
Yeah, because we'll see the rest of the family. It's Randy Still. You'll see the rest of the family down the street there.
Mm-hmm.
They're walking towards us. Yeah. It's all three of them.
Aww.
Debbie. And Dawn and Gail.
I've met Gail. You can say that much.
Did you?
Yeah, down in Missouri, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I stayed there one time.
It's Raymond and Barbara. What did you make, Barbara? Cookies? Can't tell. These were neighbors across the street from Nana and Granddad. I don't remember their last names. But Joe is the husband. He worked at the shipyard. No, he didn't work at the shipyard, but they were very friendly with the neighbors. With those neighbors.
Oh boy, is that the end of that video? Nope.
Uh-oh.
New one.
At the barbershop.
Who is that? Is that kind of?
I don't know if it's Jeffrey or Brian.
It's got if it's one of those two, it's got to be Brian because he looks like a girl.
Yeah, I guess. This barber was on the square in Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
I forget his name, but he knew history. He would tell you about Mesopotamia. He would go into his scenario. He knew all about.
Mm-hmm.
He was an Italian, of course, and he knew all the history of the area. It had to be Brian.
Yeah, it's definitely Brian. Jeffrey was a little
Frank
older by
the
this point.
barber, maybe.
Maybe
Why
this
not?
is Brian's first haircut.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't see him crying, so
No.
you know, he did better than my first haircut.
Yeah. Did he have a lollipop in his hand?
Yeah.
Probably full of hair.
Yeah. Gross.
Yeah. Yeah. He was a nice guy.
Remember his name?
I think it was Frank the barber.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think. Yeah, that is a piece of candy he's got in his hand.
Gotta bribe him with something.
Yeah. And he's eating it too. Less the hair. And the barber lived, that was like in his front porch area,
Oh.
where the barber, he lived in the back. Don't wave, don't wave. Geez, I don't remember this. Oh, an electric clipper, no less. That must be a tough job when you're that small. Though he got a nice tip, I'm sure,
Yeah.
with this because it was his first.
Brian looks like he's being very cooperative.
Yes,
Is all I have to say.
yes. Even with his head down.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Starting a new reel. Clapping it starts.
That's Jeffrey.
Christmas.
At Christmas, that's at Nana's, at the Bones house, because we never had a silver tree. Oh, wait a minute, that's not a silver tree. That was.
Looks like it has tinsel on it, but it looks like it's a green. It's a.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is here. That was on. Because that's our old dining room chair,
Yeah.
and maybe it is at our house. Yes, okay, I thought it was a tinsel tree. The Bones had an aluminum tree. Always had aluminum, but that's a real tree. That's it. That was our house on Congress Road. 1190 Congress Road.
It's just like creepy horror.
And the kids wouldn't come down. They weren't allowed to come down until the grandparents came over. So when the Bones came over,
Mhm.
both parents and the kids were allowed to come down.
That's
And that's
fun.
what this is.
She's still got curlers in her hair even.
Yes. Uh-oh. You're missing it.
Someone's got a toy piano. Somebody had a toy guitar.
Did you recognize that server there?
I didn't catch it. I'll keep my eye out for it.
Okay. With the
Is it on the table here?
no the handles from the server that you got.
Oh, the big yellow. The big yellow one.
Blonde oak they call
Yeah.
it. Yeah. That was that set.
That's funny.
It was good furniture back then.
Someday I'll put it to use. That thing is very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Geez, they are just, especially Brian. He's still asleep.
The toy guitar.
Is that a gun? Yeah, he's
Sure
got a
is.
squirt gun.
Pew 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 pew.
No, I think it's a water gun,
Yeah, you're right. It looks like a water gun.
I think. I guess they're no-nos now.
This is where you set the stage for Brian to play guitar when he was like a teenager. You know?
Yeah, I guess. It's fun to see again. He's
Yeah.
trying to hit that red little ball there because it's one of those, I don't know what you call it. The ball comes up and hits the bell.
Mhm. The carnival game or whatever.
Like a carnival
Yeah.
game, yes. Very nice.
It really is a miracle that you could see all these moving pictures and like
Oh yeah.
50 years old relive that
Yep.
experience.
And it's nice that we're doing these now so that I can remember a good portion of this
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
instead of waiting another couple of years and I would say, who? What's
Yeah,
that?
what?
Yeah, it looks familiar, but I don't know who that guy is.
Someone changed my diaper.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just picking on you.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Who's that person in the white shirt back there with a 28-inch waist?
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
How old would you have guessed that you were at this point? You kids are probably like what, like 2, 3, 2,
Under
4?
25, I think,
Wow,
years of age.
unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm not sure where that is yet. I think that's at Nana's, that's Porter Road. Yes.
That's a creepy Santa Claus.
Does that snow out there?
It looked like it.
Yeah. Yeah, because that Santa Claus in the chimney was always a staple. So there's the aluminum tree.
That's pretty cool, honestly.
Yes, and it used to it had a machine, electric, that would turn the thing. It would
fancy.
turn around, oscillate. Oh, I see some girl things there.
So this is,
I don't know when it was.
oh my gosh, those fuzzy faces. They had those still when I was a kid, even.
Yep. I wish I had a few of them right now.
What, the fuzzy faces?
Yeah, the old ones. You kidding?
Yeah, probably with money.
eBay.
I'm clapping. The new one starts.
This has to be another Christmas. It's not the same one, I don't think.
Yeah, it is. Like the piano's still there. Just like maybe it was a couple hours before, you know.
Okay.
I don't think
And
necessarily.
the punching bag, yeah, it was the same one. Because that punch, I don't know what they call it, the thing on the right, Joe Palooka, I think is what it was. Joe Palooka was a comic character that was a fighter,
Okay.
and you'd punch that and it would come back up again.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck's he got? Oh, he's got
It's the guitar. It's the wind-up guitar thing.
wind-up guitar. Take it out, we want to do it.
Yeah.
They're going to love seeing these.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
That's I'm gonna give to everybody for Christmas. That's
Yeah.
what we make.
Yeah.
Put it all together, give everybody like a DVD and a flash drive.
They're nice. And the trees, not at this age, but we used to, the three kids, your mom, Jeff and Brian, we used to go Christmas tree shopping, and we would never buy the first tree we saw because we tried to make a few hours of it. We'd stop and have hot chocolate,
Okay.
you know, that kind of a thing with marshmallows and another. Oh no, this is still the same film. The other was just a pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably just a different reel.
And none of this was done Christmas Eve. The tree might have been up, but it wasn't decorated, I don't believe.
You guys
I
would
think.
decorate the tree like when the
Not
kids
only
went to bed on
decorate the
Christmas Eve?
tree, But if there are toys that had to be put together,
Mm-hmm.
that was all done Christmas Eve when they were in bed. Because Santa Claus, he didn't leave stuff that had to be assembled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Santa Claus put in the work.
Yeah. Here he is with his water gun again. Jeffrey. Nana's yawning.
Wonder what time this was.
Probably 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Or maybe a little earlier. Though Nana and Granddad didn't have to come too far to come to our house. It was only maybe 10 minutes away.
Yeah. So what was your did you have any Christmas Eve traditions?
No, not at this age. I don't think we did. Not at this age. When they were a little older, I don't remember how old we were, but we used to go to McDonald's or
Okay.
Ponderosa,
Mm-hmm.
and we would start having dinners out on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve McDonald's dinner sounds like a good tradition.
Well, we started so that Nana didn't have to make dinner.
Yeah.
We used to, and it started the tradition that up until a couple years ago when we continued.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I remember that all through my childhood,
Yeah.
obviously. So, if you're trying to save money next year, you could just take us all to McDonald's and be like, hey, this,
Yeah.
we're throwing it way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody can get 2 things off the dollar menu,
Yes. I also heard something the other day that you know where McDonald's burgers are from?
What?
China.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised to hear
Me
that.
either. Me either. That's where they're made.
That's funny. About to start a new one. Oh boy.
This was and I'm not quite sure what the occasion was, but as a Hawaiian, this was the Lions Club. Nana and Granddad were in the Lions Club in Fairview. It was a fraternal organization, Lions Club, a national organization.
Was it an Italian thing?
No. It was a national. Italians had their own kind of a club.
Yeah.
She was. I forget her name, but they were all Lions member, and that was me. That was me. And they were very friendly with all these people. And I forget whose house and whose basement that was. But we were celebrating, I don't know what it was. I can't tell from the decorations up on the wall. What were the decorations look like?
It looks like Christmas.
Looks like Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay, we were celebrating Christmas at somebody's basement.
Yeah.
In somebody's basement.
This is the adult Christmas party,
Yeah.
You gotta have one.
Yeah. And a couple of us older kids were invited to it.
Yeah.
But these are all people from the adults from the Lions Club. That's, I'm not sure who that was with a hat. That's me in the back.
Yeah. You wave at the
With
camera.
my 28-inch waist.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know where Nana is.
Yeah, it's.
I wonder where Nana is. No, that's not her.
Could she be filming?
I doubt it. In fact, trying to see his face.
Maybe you couldn't find a babysitter for the kids.
Yeah. I don't know. I know they're Lions members. They're not family people.
Mm-hmm.
None of them are. One of them owned a news agency, a newsstand, and it's still, the building's still there up in Fairview. Used to be called Shorty's. It was a small restaurant, convenience store, newspapers. It's a pretty big location. It's still there. This is that same party, the Lions Club party. Though you notice the shirts are Lions Club or Hawaiian
themed, yeah.
Hawaiian themed. So it might not have been Christmas.
It looks like there's a Christmas tree in the back. Maybe it was New Year's or something. You know, around Christmas, the decorations were still up.
Okay.
Who knows?
I'm not sure, but it was a holiday.
I love all these like vintage floral dresses.
Yeah.
Those would probably be worth a ton of money too if they were still kicking around in someone's closet.
Yeah. In fact, one of the women that was there, it wasn't her. And I forget her name. If we see her again, I don't know who that is. If we see her
That
again,
dress, that's the cool dress.
Yeah.
That's my favorite
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Did you notice the lamp? Yeah, she worked for the city of Camden, and the trash trucks come down one day, down the alleyway when we lived on Congress Road, and they took the kids' toys. They put them in the trash.
Yeah, they were just the toys that were in the yard.
Yeah, well, they were in trash cans, but they were away from where the trash was. Like they were on like a little picket fence. They were on the other side of the picket fence, and they took them, and we got paid for the toys.
The township paid for the toys?
The city paid for the toys because the trash cans were here, and they went behind a fence to get these other cans, which are full of toys. And this person, had we not known her, there's Nana and Granddad. Notice she's got a cigarette in her hand. I'm surprised he doesn't, but yes, the cigarette.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
That's a different era where the township would pay would pay up for their mistakes.
Well, this woman, she was well connected.
Okay.
And that's why they paid. And we went out and bought new toys again. But it was funny.
Let's start a new one. At the shore.
Oh, that's the guy with the 28-inch waist? It must be me. And it's probably Wildwood again. Probably. And I'm not sure who was in the basket, but that child looks small.
It's probably Brian, right?
Yeah, probably. Ooh, was that your mom? I don't know.
It looks like it's probably... I would think that it's probably the summer before the Christmas.
There's Jeffrey. Yes,
so.
that probably was Brian. Because there's Jeffrey. Yeah, it was Brian. And Judy.
Nana always used to tell me that I reminded her of Brian for some reason.
Yeah,
Yo!
I'm leaving.
You're leaving?
Yeah, with Tanya and Regina.
You want me to pause it?
Yeah, pause it, please.
Okay. And 3, 2, 1.
We are, I'm sure, in Wildwood. And that's Jeffrey. We're going to go up on the boardwalk to ride our bicycles. I don't even remember this. Wow. Uh-oh. It's them again. The two of them. And we are on a boardwalk. And who's pulling? Yes, it's Mom. Mom's pulling the coach. God, she was a young woman.
You both were young. The tram car still looks exactly the same.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Geez, I'm surprised they're not... Is he pointing at... Okay, it's not an ice cream store or anything. He's pointing out to the water. That doesn't look like Brian, but it's got to be Brian.
Yeah, it has to be.
Uh-oh, where's Jeffrey? That's the same coach, so Jeffrey should be...
Jeffrey's...
Uh-oh.
Oof.
No, that's still Brian. That's not your mom.
Yeah, I like how you guys brought a cage for him.
They call it a playpen.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's not a cage, it's
all right,
playpen.
fine.
You notice it's all wood?
Yeah.
It's not a mesh thing, like, that weighed a ton, and you used to have to carry that crap down to
Especially in Wildwood, you have to carry that
Yes.
quarter mile down to the beach.
Yes, that was my job. And generally, there's probably pictures. I would have both kids and the playpen and the stroller walking to the beach. Oh, is that Brian? We're on
Yeah.
we're on Congress Road again in Fairview. That's where we lived. Yeah.
Everything we've watched today is probably like from. No, he's walking now, so this has got to be the next year after that Christmas we watched.
I would think, yes. Or at least some time past the Wildwood vacation on the boardwalk. Huh.
Do you remember how old they were when they started walking? Any
No.
memory?
No, he's got to be a year and a half.
Yeah. When was Brian born? When's his birthday? Do you know? What month?
I don't remember. I have the chart in the desk.
If it makes you feel better, I don't know my parents' birthdays either.
Hi, Jeffrey.
I don't know your birthday. When's your birthday?
In July.
Okay. When's my birthday? Pop quiz.
When's yours?
Yeah.
When?
I'm asking you, pop quiz. You tell me.
I don't know when your birthday is.
January.
January? Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah.
So is my wife. Oh, Jeffrey in his cowboy outfit. I don't think it was Halloween either. No, it was just a cowboy outfit he was wearing that day.
Aww.
Yeah. He had some beautiful holsters with cap guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he would remember. Jeffrey remembers that.
The cowboy outfit?
Yeah, that was a big deal.
He was big into cowboys?
Well, kinda. Oh, another Christmas. Another Christmas? Different Christmas. Different Christmas.
Yeah, this has got to be the next Christmas because look,
because he is.
look how much older they look.
Yeah, he's walking. Yes, Brian's walking.
So this has got to be. My mom's got to be coming soon.
Yes. Yes. He was about 2 years. Brian was about 2 years old, maybe.
Yeah, it looks it.
Nana doesn't have her curvers in her hair.
Yeah.
I think that's a camera. It is a camera in my hand.
You got it. It looks like a
Little brownie.
looks like a Polaroid. Did you ever peel apart
yeah,
Polaroid?
I did have a Polaroid.
Yeah.
Yeah, a land camera, land Polaroid.
That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah. Gosh, the toys look the same. Wrapping paper and cardboard. Huh? That was Nana Bone's place. That's Elmer's sister, Elmer Bone, and we were in. What church were we? Oh, that's the Barneskis. And we were. I don't know what church that is.
Wow, look at that beautiful, beautiful red door.
Yeah. That's and Nana and I right there. I don't know who that woman is, but she's a member of the family. That was some of the Bone family. That's Aunt Catherine, just to the right of where I was.
What's the occasion, you think? A wedding? Perhaps?
I think it was a wedding, yes. It had to have been a wedding. Yeah. That, of course, is me there on the right.
Were you ever in any weddings as like a best man or a groomsman or anything?
I was. Yes, Arthur.
You were in Arthur's wedding?
Yeah. No, not in his wedding. I think he was in ours.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Who's this? I know it's not me. Is that? I can't tell who that is.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, that's their son. That's the Barneski son. Joey. I don't know who his wife is or was. He didn't stay married to her very long. Yeah, that was the Barneski's son. Barneski was Judy's mom's sister, or half-sister. They were very friendly with them. They lived in Collingswood. And I don't know where that is. That looks like an apartment house. It is an apartment house somewhere. The mom is on the left, Catherine Barneski. That's her. Judy's mom's. That was Judy's aunt. And Catherine. Oh, that's her parents, of course. Nana, they're back at the Porter Road house. There's Mom. Oh, you look marvelous, dear.
That's your mom?
No, that's your grandmother.
That's Nana?
That's Nana.
Yeah, she looks older than that one then.
Yeah,
She
we were
looked
going
like
someplace. Jeez, I had a suit on.
Yeah. I guess it's the fur coat makes her look old and sophisticated,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and that's Jeffrey. Ah, that was Nana's Nash Metropolitan. Look at that little car.
Nash was the brand of car?
Was the brand of the car.
Never even heard of a Nash.
No, I'm sorry, it was not. That was a Mercury. Nana owned a Nash Metropolitan. It was a two-seater. Two-seater. Again, I wish I had it.
Yeah.
I wish I had it today.
Yeah.
And it was called the Nash Metropolitan. The dog team, they were up. They weren't in Alaska, but this is Nana and Granddad's one of their vacations. They used to, in the fall, generally would go on vacation, a driving vacation. And this must have been one of their. Uh-oh, we're back to Christmas again. Another Christmas. Look how much older he is.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We got matching pajamas this year.
Yes. No Joe Palooka punch bag. There's Nana with her hair, in curlers. No, she took him out. That's Nana. Judy's mom's. Wow. That furniture, it's at Nana's house. Nana's old house. On Porter Road.
That lamp is real nice.
Yes, and that shadow box, they call that thing hanging up on the wall,
The mirror
called the
box.
shadow box. Then this should be the picture with the tinfoil tree. It is. Okay, so that's
It's even spinning. It's on. It looks like.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So that's at Nana Bone's house. And there's the infamous Santa Claus in the chimney.
Yeah, that thing is so creepy.
Yeah, exactly. At least it wasn't snowing there.
Yeah.
There's no snow outside.
At least you have evidence now that you have seen a white Christmas in your life, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I don't know if I ever have. Can't remember.
You don't see that often either. That was a console.
Yeah, big
There's a
console
lid
TV.
with a record player in it, just above where the TV was.
All in one entertainment system.
All in one was a console. It's Nana Bone. They were nice people. Judy's parents. I wasn't liked at first.
But you won him over with your charm and your 28-inch
No,
waist.
because
I'm
I
sure.
was Italian.
Mm.
That's the reason. Her father kind of said, no, don't marry an Italian. And of course she did.
Yeah. Well, you know, anything that your parents say not to do when you're 17, 18, you want to do
Italians back then had somewhat of a bad reputation.
it.
You know, gangsters, whatever. We didn't have a very good reputation until they met me and knew that, wow.
Yeah, and you won them over with your
With my charm and personality. You can say the words?
charm, personality, and 28-inch waist.
Yes.
They're like, wow, this man's waist.
Yep. Yep. 28-inch waist, yep. That was their living room. It was taken from the dining room. There was a big a doorway, curved doorway. You could stay in the dining room and shoot into the living room, and that's the dining room. Walk in the front door, walk in the front in their front entrance, and you were in the dining room actually, and that was what you see. Don't those lamps look
Yeah.
familiar? Don't you have
Yeah.
your mom have them?
Yeah, they're still kicking around.
Yeah.
I was just about to say.
Yeah.
I recognize those. The mirror, too. The mirror's in our downstairs.
Okay.
Oh, no, the mirror's in our upstairs. I love that mirror.
Upstairs. Hello, Nana Bone. She was a good cook. In a very small kitchen.
Do you have a favorite thing that she cooked that you remember?
Everything. She was an excellent cook. And I guess I learned how to enjoy desserts at her house because after dinner we always had desserts.
Yeah.
Always. I know this is at Porter Road. And there's your... Uh-oh, this must be your mom.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, look at you. Aw.
Oh.
You pulled a biggie out of her mouth?
Well, she's probably going to drop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your mom.
That's adorable.
Yeah, it is. Oh, she's smiling,
Yeah.
too.
That was a good shot.
Who were those people? They might have
It
been
looks like...
their next door neighbors. Though, what was I? Did I hit him?
it looks like you
Was I-
play beating them up or something.
Yeah. They look like Stells. Uh-oh. That's Nana and Granddad on vacation again, I think. Yes.
This is the mount... What were you talking about last?
The
mountains?
Appalachian, yeah.
In Virginia?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Is that ocean?
No, those look like mountains to me.
Okay. I think they're down in Virginia or the Carolinas
Mm-hmm.
on one of their vacations.
Wow, how
Nana
pretty.
Bone. Yeah. I don't really know how their films got it. Well, it was their camera anyway
Yeah.
that we were retrieving most of these on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Appalachians. You know the Blue Ridge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We talked, because there was some footage of you guys driving there on your...
Mm-hmm.
Right after you got married. The last batch we watched.
You don't know now until you view it. It's just a waste of film.
Yeah.
George Freeman Pollock, founder of
Pollock Knob. I can look up exactly where that is on Google right now.
yeah, and that was for the bear. They had that barrel tied to the post so the bear can't take the barrel away. And what were they driving? An Oldsmobile? Couldn't see.
Pollock Knob in Shenandoah National Park.
Okay. In what state? Shenandoah. Pennsylvania?
No, hold on. Virginia.
Virginia, okay. Yeah, okay. Mountains. And more mountains. And more mountains.
Yeah, gotta get some
Closer mountains. Trees.
nature there. What was your favorite vacation you ever went on?
I guess our trip, Nana and I went to New England.
Yeah.
We wound up in Maine.
Why was your favorite?
We saw the Bay of Fundy
Oh yeah.
in May
That's
in
the-
Maine. That was an eye-opener. I'd never heard about it until we saw it.
That was one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
Yeah. This is
Seeing
still-
the Santa's land.
Yeah, so this might have been in New York on one of their vacations. I doubt if Shenandoah had Santa Claus Helper's Village.
Yeah, well, yeah. It would be an out-of-the-way place to put it.
Oh, Elmer.
Yeah.
Nice man. Come on with the camera. He's waving to Audrey.
Yeah. Yes, I never knew that you saw the Bay of Fundy.
Yes.
That's definitely my favorite place I've ever been.
Yep.
Just watching like the 50-foot tides roll in and out.
Yep.
That shit was crazy.
And then we stayed at a hotel, Nana and I. We stayed at a hotel
Mm-hmm.
in, I think it was Kingston, in Canada. It was near the border.
Mm-hmm.
And we woke up 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because that's when the tide was going to change. And we walked to a bridge which was close to the hotel, and the bridge was a drawbridge that the tides were changing, and there was a paper pulp plant just up the river. This is
so the tides would change and run the
tides
mill?
would change, and you'd see tugs like they were racing through this to get their business done and pulling stuff out of the paper mill, and then you could see I don't know who these people are. I don't. Oh, that's Elmer's sister. That's his oldest. No, not older sister, but it's his sister, and that must be one of her daughters. That's the oldest Bone. She was a school teacher. Oh heavens! I can't think of her name. But yes, that was his sister. Elmer's sister.
How many siblings did Elmer have? Do you remember?
I think 4. That's what was one of his sisters also. We were at some house party up in Pennsylvania, and we were, Mom, Elmer and I. That's his sister. She married a very wealthy man, and this, I don't think it was their home. Oh, it was that's an aunt of Elmer's. I don't know her name, and that's one of the cousins. They're all Bone family members. And I think it was a Christmas gathering.
Do you know whose house it is?
It might have been the woman in the red.
Okay.
Her house. It was on a golf course.
On a golf course? Do they own the golf course?
Yes, that's Elmer. See his ugly tie.
Yeah. Silly tie.
It was on a golf course.
See, he seems like he was he like a silly, kind of like funny, lighthearted kind of man?
No, not really. He was kind of a serious guy, but he was a nice man.
Okay.
That's another relative, a Bone relative. And there's Nana behind a tree. And I think we were there. If there's a picture of us, we were old enough, because you had to be a certain age to go to this this thing. Maybe we weren't there. Maybe it was someone was taking the films, because I don't see Nana or me. So this was just one of the Bone family get-togethers in the house, in one of the houses. And they were always well decorated.
Mistletoe, classic.
Yeah. They were somebody's kids. I'm not sure. I don't see me in any of these, so we weren't there. The woman in the red, that's, I forget their name. Oh, her husband owned a paper mill in Downingtown. I'll think of her name in a minute. But yeah, they were all cousins and families, and yeah, school teachers. There were a couple of them who were school teachers. One of them he owned a construction company. Yeah, they're all bones, all of them. The guy in the red hair there, he owned the construction company.
Okay.
In Lancaster County.
There's a big family here.
Oh, yes. They were aunts and uncles and cousins, and yes. As you can see, they were well fed. We're back on Porter Road. We're back on Porter Road.
Because that's my mom this time in yellow, right?
No. That's Aunt Bobby. And Uncle Raymond, and they're the Stells. Jeffrey and Brian. Maybe your mom wasn't walking yet. Look at those hats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's Mom. I think.
Yeah, it's gotta be there.
It has to be.
Yellow dress on.
And she was walking then. Wow.
And she's gotta be about a little over a year, maybe. Or about a year.
Yeah.
I guess my mom was born in May, so.
In May.
If this is Easter, that would be probably the next April, so it would be 11 months old.
Yeah, and I think it was Easter. That's Aunt Bobby.
Looks like an Easter dress.
Oh wow. She's just starting to walk. By the way, that was me with the 28-inch waist, just going in there with a plate.
Yeah. How big was your waist?
28-inch.
Okay.
In case I hadn't said that before.
Yeah.
I don't know where this is. Oh. Jeez. Is that a birthday hat on?
Yeah.
Somebody's birthday.
It's probably my mom's first birthday.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see who else is there. Maybe it was one of my sisters. No, that was Mom. That was your mom's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
First birthday, I guess.
Yeah.
It's Aunt Catherine on the left.
How funny! I can't wait to show my mom her first birthday.
Yeah. This is Porter Road, sitting outside in the backyard. And there's your mom on the by Mom's by Nana's chaise lounge. That was one of the Barneskis back there, the woman sitting there. But this was Porter Road.
Looks like my mom has gotten better at walking since the last
Yes.
film we saw in the past few months that it would be between them.
Yep, there she is. It was probably a year later than the other picture we just saw.
It's probably that summer, I would think. You know, if she turned 1 in May.
But look how good she was walking there.
Yeah, but she doesn't look like she would be, 2 years old at that height. But
These were some of the Lions Club members.
Okay.
That was the woman with the hairdo who got us
Who got the trash?
who got the money for the toys that the trashman threw away.
Do you remember her name?
I can't think of her name.
Little details.
I know it, but I can't think of it. Oh, this is a
Family
picnic.
reunion.
This is a family reunion.
Looks like.
A picnic at one of the. I think the guy in the shirt with his hands on his hip. I think it was his house,
Okay.
and I think it was in the Coatesville area in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Again, all their cousins and aunts, and I don't see your mom, or rather, Nana or I, in this yet. But I think we were there because we went to several of these. I don't think maybe the kids were there too. I'm not sure. But they had a big piece of. It wasn't a farmer, but he had a big piece of ground. At the end of it, there was a creek, a running water creek, which was kind of impressive. You had to watch the little kids didn't get near the darn thing. But that's Nana Bone in the background. And I think that's Ray Still there with a cowboy hat on. That's Elmer's sister. She's waving. Dorothy. No, that's not Dorothy. Dorothy was the other woman. I don't know her. I don't know her name.
Is that you?
No. That's Elmer's brother. He just passed away. No, his wife just passed away. His first wife just passed away. They had one son. He married at a very old age, and his son lives down in the Vineland area, down that way.
Okay.
I went to his mom's funeral.
This year it was?
Last year. Another Christmas.
Another Christmas.
See the server?
Mm-hmm.
There's your mom. That was Nana's spot, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nana Bone's
Always
spot.
hiding behind that corner.
Well, the front door was there.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay, run into something. It must have talked. It must
Played
talk.
music or something.
Yeah. Santa Claus left me. That must be me on the left. I noticed because I had 28 inches
Yeah.
waist-wise.
You conspicuously out of most of these Christmas videos. You're hiding
Yes.
hiding behind the camera.
Yes. Oh no, I am in the back.
Oh yeah, they.
So this was Elmer. Elmer was taking these pictures. Judy's father.
I feel like I remember that Jack in the Box too.
Do you really?
I feel like that one's been kicking around, forever.
Looked like a helicopter back then. Yeah, big one.
Like Vietnam War style helicopter. That's probably the era that this is in.
Everything took it to Nana Bone.
Were they real close, my mom and Nana
Yeah.
Bone?
Yeah. Well, they only lived a couple blocks away, too.
Yeah. First girl in the family.
Yeah.
Well-
Your grandmother, Judy, was the baby. Baby of the family.
Yeah. First girl in this branch of the family.
Yeah. Uh-oh, we're back on Porter Road.
There's the stupid Santa in the chimney
Yeah,
again.
sand in the chimney. And no snow out back through the window. I don't recognize. There's a coach there?
I like the little planter Peanut Man
Yeah.
figurine.
Yeah. And the twirling aluminum tree.
The aluminum tree is very cool. It's very
Yeah.
stylish.
Yeah. That was now it'd be called a retro.
Yeah.
Retro, yeah.
I would, I'd get one of those.
Yeah, I'm sure. Christmas is with a green tree, not aluminum.
I like the aluminum tree.
Yeah. Okay. The guy in the back, we had him for a long time too.
Oh,
Santa
Santa.
Claus,
Mhm.
he used to shake the bell. His hand would go up and down. I guess if it wasn't a vacation and or a holiday, he didn't take pictures.
Yeah, it's definitely every year he took pictures on Christmas, Easter, the family reunion,
Yes.
and maybe the kids' birthdays.
Yeah.
And maybe one on vacation.
And the familiar dining room table. Yeah. And there were a couple high chairs there. That was the front door that Nana sat in front of.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the other angle.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were 5. Wait a minute. There were 5 pictures of kids. So Jeff was 5 years old?
That would make sense when my mom was born, right? What's the age
Does
difference?
Jeff look 5 years old in these pictures?
Yeah, probably about
Hi,
that.
Nana.
That makes sense for the age difference between him and my mom.
Oh, well. Maybe so. Because the pictures on the wall were pictures that we took every year.
Mm-hmm.
And they were on the door, actually.
About to start a new one.
Oh, another Christmas.
Yeah. This must be the next Christmas even.
Yes.
Look at how much older my mom looks.
Look how tall Brian has gotten.
Well, no, this might be the same Christmas, just at, yeah.
I don't think so. Brian looks older.
Jeff's got to be 6 or 7 in this one.
Wait a minute, that might not be Jeffrey.
Who else would it be?
Let's see. Oh, poke your mom in the eye
Yeah.
with the umbrella. I don't know where this is. Interesting.
What's your favorite Christmas song, Granddad? Random question.
This is another Bone family thingy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, this is another a Bone family Christmas thing. It's one of the Bones' house up in Pennsylvania. They were all Elmer Bone's aunts and uncles. that woman there,
Mm-hmm.
she married Elmer's brothers. His brother, he married that woman. He married late in life. She had 2 boys, and that's one of the girls that he adopted. That's his brother there,
Mm-hmm.
on the left.
They adopted children.
Yes, he did, and that was the oldest sister. In the background, it was a school teacher. That's his sister on the left. That was a cousin. The other guy was the guy with another cousin who was a contractor
Mm-hmm.
in Pennsylvania.
Did anybody play music in the family that you remember?
Say again?
Did anybody play music in the family that you remember besides Nana playing piano?
I don't think they played music here because there was so much commotion. Because everybody was talking.
I just mean in general. Did anybody else like play an instrument or anything?
Not that I
Do you
remember. Not that I remember. That woman we're trying to think about, her name was Aunt Dot. Another, or the same.
The classic kissing under the mistletoe tradition.
The same still Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been the same one, same year. That was the sister, Elmer's sister. Yeah, it was the same year. Again, still found the guy sitting there with a bald head in a tree. That was the guy who owned the paper box factory.
Okay.
On the left, all the way to the left, that was Aunt Dot. I was
Okay.
trying to think of her name. It was a school teacher. Aunt Dot. Uh-oh. There he is in the back. His name was Trimble. I don't know his first name. I guess maybe that was his first name, Trimble.
There's like a reverse Jenga or something going on here.
Yeah. Or stacking blocks. No, that was him. That's the guy that owned the paper, that lived in Coatesville. And his wife was Elmer's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And they lived in Coatesville. They're the ones that lived on the golf course. Again, we weren't there because evidently we weren't old enough to be there. You had
Yeah.
to be a certain age.
That's so funny.
Geez, I haven't seen that game.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
You know, there were blocks. Remember the blocks? They still have the blocks that you stack blocks.
Yeah, Jenga is like the
Jenga?
one with all the
Yeah.
the wood, little wood.
Well, that's a
logs.
different version of Jenga.
Mhm.
Uh-oh, it's gonna fall.
Yeah, she's.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. It teetered too much.
About to start a new film.
Oh, another Christmas. And there's your mom.
She's got curls in her hair this year.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Look at how much older Jeff keeps getting.
Yeah. But he doesn't look 5, though.
Jeff, at this point, Jeff's got to be what, almost 10.
I don't
Yeah.
think so. Let's see if we can see the door again with that was at our house. And at our house, where? I'm not sure which house that was.
This looks like the same house that it's been at the whole time. Porter Road one, right?
No, Congress Road. That was on Congress Road because I remember that sofa.
That's creepy. The little somersault
Yeah.
doll. Oh my gosh.
Nana's probably sitting there. Nana Bone is probably sitting there on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your Nana.
Yeah, I think Jeff probably is 9 or 10 in this because my mom looks like she's 3 or 4.
I think there's like a 6-ish year difference between them.
I think she's more like 3 than 4.
That drum set.
Yeah.
Brian, you guys seem to have gotten Brian the music toys.
Yeah. These were the Stell kids coming in the house at Porter Road. That's Porter Road. That's Barbara, Mom's, Judy's sister. And there's Raymond. And looks like there was snow out there. Yes.
Here's some snow.
Yes. Well, it's probably the same day they were there. There's your mom. Well, if that's the case, then the Stoll kids should be there too. Oh, they're making a snowman. Maybe.
I have to ask my mom if she ever remembers there being like a snow Christmas when she was a kid.
Yeah. You're gonna say, well, I can show you.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I can prove it. Let's start a new film.
Now, your mom on a tricycle.
Yeah.
Oh no, not a tricycle. There's 2 wheels in the
Car with
front.
little tiny wheels.
Yeah. I'm not sure where this is. It's one of 2 places, but I'm not sure where yet. Oh, we're at Porter Road. Yes. And there are the
Is that
Stells.
Jeff in front?
No, that's not Jeff. That's Randy.
Randy. He's styling.
Yeah. Okay, who's getting out of the Chevy? Is that us? That's Jeffrey? Yeah, I don't remember that car. Come on, Jude. I don't remember that car. Of course, your mom. Yes. Uh-oh. What didn't he do right? He didn't close the door right.
No, we forgot something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually you said fine.
Isn't it strange? I don't remember that car. And these were who the heck are these kids? Oh, they're the Stell girls. A couple of the Stell girls. And Jeffrey pitching out in the back in the Porter Road with his grandfather, probably.
How old was Jeff when he started playing baseball?
Oh, I don't know, but here he was.
Yeah.
And this is a different time, and he's still playing baseball.
That was because he played baseball in high school and college, didn't he?
Yes. I'm not sure about college. Yeah, he did in college, too. Yeah.
I thought I remembered that being a thing about him, that he was good at baseball.
Yeah. That was Porter Road. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's Porter Road.
Looking out the blinds.
Yeah. I don't remember the garage there.
New film.
$30.42 Porter Road. Nana Bone. And your mom. Again, it must have been Easter.
Well, I got my like a matching plaid outfit with Jeff.
Oh, who's that guy carrying something? Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
What? Oh, 28-inch waist. Yes.
Oh, God. Nice yellow shirt, though. That yellow. I wish I had that yellow shirt now.
Yeah. I don't remember. Look at that small waist.
Yeah, the hot guy.
And there are the Stells coming over to Nana's house. That's Randy again. This is Dawn. The Stell. Dawn. I don't know who that one is. That could have been Debbie. Barbara. That's, oh gosh. Had to be Easter again.
Classic, film on Easter, film on Christmas.
Yep.
Like a good Christian, I guess.
Yep. Where are we? We're at another Bone
Puppy.
party.
Puppy.
That's at the. Wait a minute. Yes.
It's one of the, it looks like a farm. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh no, that was That was the Stell farm. That was the Stell farm.
The one in Jersey?
Yeah, in Bordentown.
Mm-hmm.
That was the shed he kept his tractors in. Maybe it was a 4th of July thing, the way they're dressed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, little kittens.
That was his grain bins. I'm not sure who that young girl is. That might have been Debbie. Maybe. But she has a little boy there. I don't know who that is.
Wait to the camera.
More arrivals at the Stell farm?
Would you guys go every year to this, like, reunion?
No, this is. I don't think this was. Well, maybe it was a reunion. But this was not in Pennsylvania. This was in Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recognize. Yeah, that's Randy. So they're the Stell kids. That's Trimble with his bald head. That's the guy that owned the factory in Coatesville.
Mm-hmm.
That's Elmer's brother with the short pants. That's Raymond walking past with Randy behind him. I don't remember us gathering at the Stell farm, but obviously we did.
Well, you're not in this.
Well, I think we are.
Picture yet?
I think we are because we were at the Stell farm.
Okay.
Yeah, more cousins, Bones, the Bone family. That's the sisters are to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Both sisters, the red and the one. That's the husband who owned the factory in Coatesville. Yeah, they're all Bones. I don't know if his last name was Trimble, but I think maybe his nickname was Trimble.
Mm-hmm. Starting a new film. It says Stell on the sign.
Yes.
Little sign there.
Yes. And the gas
It's
pump.
a big pool.
Yeah, it was a big pool.
The gas pump is funny too. You're right.
Yeah. Of course, you weren't allowed to use gas. Occasionally, he would give me the okay to pump some gas into my car because it was pre-taxed. There was no tax.
So they bought it at a pre-tax price.
Well, they bought it because they were farmers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they bought it pre-taxed. Yes.
Interesting.
And it was only supposedly for equipment,
Mm-hmm.
farm equipment. There were always dogs and cats. And then we're back on. Where are we?
Looks like probably still on the farm, just with
We
a
are still on the
basket
farm.
of kittens.
We are still on the farm.
Aww. You guys never had any cats, right? Just dogs?
No. Well, we had a cat short time.
Really?
That's Debbie to the right.
What was the story about the cat?
Dawn to the left.
What's the story about the cat you guys had?
Well, when Nana was sick,
Oh yeah, you guys had
Mom
a handful of years ago.
got a
Yeah, I remember that.
cat from a Korean couple. I don't know why it happened. She was allergic to cats anyway. Is that Nana?
Yeah.
Is that Nana Bone? It's Nana Bone on a motorcycle. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Though the stories about Nana Bone is She was kind of a wild young woman
Okay.
before she was married,
Mm-hmm.
and she was a motorcycle girl.
Yeah, really?
Yep, she was.
That's cool.
Yes, she was. I don't know who all they were or who all they are. That was Debbie driving it rather.
Yeah, this is a new spot, new location.
I think this is the Lions Club. One of the members of the Lions Club who lived in Oakland,
Okay.
and he was the guy who owned that store, that news agency in Fairview.
Okay. They had a
It was
built-in
called
pool.
Shorty's,
They had a built-in pool.
and they had a built-in pool, and where that pool was, just to the end of the pool, was Big Timber Creek.
Okay.
And again, I don't know these people, but they were members of the Lions clubs.
Looked like you were just sitting by the tree in that last shot.
It might not have been me. That was Nano on the right, at Nana Bone. There's Nana Bone again.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who owned that house, he had one arm,
Okay.
and I don't see him. Nice guy. Well, they were all nice people. They were just down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were kind of well off, but weren't flashy about it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They were just. It was. The Lions Club was kind of a fraternal. They gave more than they kind of took, kind of thing. They gave to the community,
Okay.
like the moose or the lion or like the moose.
Mm-hmm. I think the Lions Club even used to host like the Halloween parade that we used to do it
Okay.
when I was a kid in town here.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But that was in Oakland. Soy's panties.
Yeah, I was gonna say pair of underwear.
Yeah.
Lacy panties.
Say, what the heck am I gonna do with these? We're flying a kite someplace. I don't know who that is. That's Granddad? Granddad Bone? Oh, I don't know. I don't know where this is. That is Granddad. Granddad Bone.
Looks like the farm, maybe.
Yeah.
Looks like that's a farmhouse in the back there. Perhaps.
Uh-oh, was that me? Yeah, is that Nana? No. No, that's not me because it's bald head. The guy's got bald hair.
Maybe this
Bald
is.
head.
But could this be down in Missouri?
No, because there weren't houses around like this,
Okay.
and I don't think it was Mississippi when they were. No, I don't know where this was. This could be just one of the Lions members, and
Yeah.
that's obviously at the shore because I think there's sand dunes, maybe.
It's hard to tell. The picture's so overexposed.
Yeah.
Oh, here we are.
This
new
was
one.
the nicest thing. That's your mom.
Oh, the roller coaster.
Yeah. This was the nicest thing, and the boys used to go right to the hedge.
Yeah.
That was your mom.
I had like a plastic one of those when I was a kid that I
Yeah.
loved.
Boy, they loved that thing. That was Uncle Brian. Yeah. The granddad. I don't know that he had it up all the time, but in the summertime he'd take it down and put it up again for them, and they loved it.
Wonder if my mom remembers it.
Oh, I'm sure she does. I'm sure she remembers that roller coaster. What is she, about 3? 4 years old?
Yeah. She looks 3 or 4.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Which, so if this is Brian, he's got to be like 6 or 7, maybe.
Yes. Could be. Is that Nana? No, I'm sorry. It's your mom.
Starting a new film.
That's down in Mississippi.
Okay.
That's Mississippi.
Did you ever go there?
Yeah, we went there. But what's Uncle Raymond doing there?
Smoking a pipe.
Yeah. And they're the Still, that's the Still family. So, we were there, but this is not us there. The Stells were visiting. The Stells were visiting the Bones when they lived in Mississippi, and they drove down. Obviously, the Stells did in that station wagon.
Long drive.
Oh, I'll say. Mississippi was a long way around. They were still kids. In Pascagoula, Mississippi. I don't know any of this place.
Pascagoula was the name of it, though?
Well, it was the name of the town where Nana and Granddaddy lived in Mississippi was the town of Gaucher. Gautiea, I think. Gaucher? They might have been in New Orleans here. This might be New Orleans. But it was near where Granddad worked. This is New Orleans.
Yeah, wow. You ever been to New Orleans?
Oh, yeah, a couple times. With Nana one time, in the military a couple times.
Mm-hmm. Was it fun? Did you like it?
It was okay. There were the causeways. That was Lake Pontchartrain on the left and right of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was okay. I remember eating at it was a famous French restaurant or luncheonette kind of thing where they served, what are the French pastries? Beignets or bougnets or?
I don't know.
They were powdered the shrimp boats. We used to buy shrimp off the boats.
Oh yeah. That sounds good.
Yes. They'd sell it to you in a shovelful. The shrimp would be all over the deck. They would empty them out from the nets. Oh, this is Uncle Jeff coming. And they'd take a shovelful and put it in a bucket, weigh the bucket, and that's what you paid for. Uncle Jeff visited them 1 or 2 times, and there were pictures of him coming off the plane down there, visiting his Nana and Granddad.
Different era when you could just like walk on the tarmac and
Yeah.
shoot.
Well, it was a small airport.
Yeah. It's amazing how planes just look exactly the same, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just have gotten bigger, that's all.
Yeah. Dude, they perfected that technology like 70 years ago. You know?
Yeah. Let's see. This is no one that we know. Oh,
There's someone.
yeah, that's someone. Oh, must be.
Is that Judy?
No, that's not me. That's not your grandmother either. No, I don't know who they were. I guess just friends of theirs.
Yeah. Love this color
Yeah,
coordination going here.
and they're in New Orleans again. Yes. Down the French Quarter. I think that pastry was called a beignet.
Vignettes.
Yes.
Did you ever have crawfish?
No, it was beignet. It was like a,
Yeah.
it was a pastry.
Mm-hmm.
Very, delicious pastry.
Just asking, did you ever eat crawfish?
Oh yeah. We ate it in gumbo. Seafood gumbo. That one of the friends, the neighbors of the Bones down in Mississippi, they were called, the names were, oh gosh, I forget the name, but Jeffrey would remember their names. They were locals and fly on the street.
Yeah.
And they used to make gumbo with the crawfish in it. Delicious. I love gumbo. Used to be able to buy it at BJ's
Mm-hmm.
seafood gumbo, but they don't make it anymore. I think I only made it one time. Made it actually.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious. And what makes the dish, what keeps it all together, is okra, which is a vegetable, a very slimy vegetable. Okra.
How weird. How interesting.
That's Jeff and Brian. And maybe not. I don't know. Yes, it's Uncle Jeff. I think. That's Nana. No, it isn't. That's Nana Bone.
Mhm.
That's down in Mississippi. Yeah, that's Judy. Just walked past. I don't remember. Yes, I do remember being down there, but I didn't remember how we got there. Did we fly in? They were the neighbors. That
Okay.
woman who made the delicious gumbo.
Mm-hmm.
They were from Mississippi, and they were true Southerners. Very nice people. You see that big thing on that was
Yeah.
for the mosquitoes and
Yeah.
flies.
Mm-hmm. You can see all the bugs trying to get
Yes.
into it around it. Yeah.
Yes. Now, who are all these people? Maybe these were just friends, because I don't see anybody that I know of there, other than Nana Bone.
Mm-hmm. A slip and slide. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, slip and slide. Is that Jeffrey? Maybe. Maybe. Looks like him. Yes, here I am.
That's you?
It's me. Of course, look at 28-inch waist.
Yeah. So how could I forget?
Okay. So maybe that's your mom? I guess. Yeah, you hit that ground, that's hard.
Yeah. I didn't know slip and
And
slides
Brian.
were around that long.
And Brian. So we were down there. I'm not going to slide it. That was Faye. That's her name.
Mhm.
The neighbor, one of the
Mhm.
neighbors. The one who made the gumbo. Faye. I don't remember her last name. Doze. Faye Doze, I think the name was. I don't know how to spell it. Doze. I remember that.
You remember doing this?
Yeah, I do.
How many times did you guys go down there?
I know at least once,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Maybe just
Jeff
that
had
time.
gone down before this when he
Okay.
was younger. He'd gone down by himself. I don't see Nana. Oh, that's her. No.
Yeah, she did.
On the
That
left?
was her on the left.
On the left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy
That
father
was-
moment.
That was your grandmother and your great grandmother.
Oh wow. Great grandma.
That was Judy's mom.
Wow. Oh, another plane.
Yeah, I guess this has to be the plane where Jeffrey went down and visited them. There was no TSA back then.
Yeah, that's for.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Check your packages and yeah. Crock of shit. Is that him coming off with it? Well, it is. It is Jeffrey.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he was
He looks so
Back-
formal.
back then. You could send a child on, and I think that woman in the dark coat was kind of this a stewardess or
Yeah.
whatever. They would watch
Yeah, watch over the kids.
over the kids. But it kind of had to be kind of arranged prior to,
Mm-hmm.
so they knew they were having someone that they had to look after.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
They were the Doe's family, the neighbors,
Mhm.
is down in Mississippi.
And
They lived
Jeff
down the
riding the
street.
motorcycle.
That was Jeffrey.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I can't wait to show him this. I'm sure he has to remember that. You know.
Yeah. Oh, he did. He enjoyed himself down there. Uh-oh. Who's this? That's Nana Bone. I don't know who the woman is, but that's Mississippi. See, that was that was Granddad's car.
Mhm.
It was a Mustang.
Oh, that's a Mustang.
Yep, that was oh, that was Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I thought it was a woman.
Getting in the
That was
back.
Jeffrey going out with his grandparents. Where's the smoke coming from? Maybe it's not smoke.
Yeah, it's just dirt on the lens or dirt on the
Yeah.
window in front of wherever he's filming from.
Yeah. Maybe this was him going back.
Yeah, it is. I think that was him who just got on. At least I think so.
But they don't do that anymore. You can't send a kid by himself.
Yeah.
It had to be a certain age, but whatever the certain age was, it was obviously as old as he was then. Yeah. Closing the door. Wave. I even forget where the airport was, but it wasn't far away from their house. That's Nana Bone. Don't know where they are yet.
Do you have an idea when Nana Bone might have been born?
No.
If you had to guess, a
Mm,
decade maybe.
No. Uncle Jeff probably no. Oh yeah. Ripped a hole in her pants. I think that was their dog. That they got a dog when they were, I think, down in Mississippi.
Okay.
I think, yeah, that's still Mississippi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That might have been their dog. Looks like he was a real small pup.
Yeah.
That Ford
Aw.
Mustang in the back
Mm-hmm.
is when they moved back home. I sold that car for them.
Okay.
It was right out here in the driveway.
We haven't seen any footage from this house yet.
No, inside? Yeah.
That.
It was just a small house, but a very comfortable house for just the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think it had 2 bedrooms.
I mean, we haven't seen any footage from the house we're in right now, the 105 Strawbridge Avenue house. When did you guys move from
Oh, I don't know.
Fairview to here?
I don't remember. 55 years ago.
Yeah. Wonder if there'll be any. Wonder if we'll see it.
This was
Probably Jeff. Someone
Yeah.
playing baseball. Probably
this
Jeff.
was Haddon Township. Yeah, that was high school. The Hawks. He had a lot of fun. When I knew Jeff was playing, I used to try to get home to at least watch part of his game.
Mm-hmm.
And the mothers and fathers always missed me because I was the biggest mouth on the stand.
Oh, yelling.
Yeah, yeah. Or giving somebody a raspberry or whatever,
Yeah.
whatever. But where's your dad? Where's your dad?
This is at the high school.
Yeah. He enjoyed playing. I think that was him right there on the mound.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he pitched, right?
Yeah. Somebody just stole second base. I think the Hawks were in, oh, shoot. I don't know who the Hawks were with Jeff was playing or that him pitching.
I think the Hawks is Haddon Township, right?
Yeah.
So then he would have been playing for them.
They were the ones on the field, the red shirts.
Mm-hmm.
So this was Uncle Jeff. People getting hits off of him.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No, it's the other team pitching the ball. Now, Hawks were the red shirts.
New film. Can't wait for him to see that.
More baseball. Maybe the same game. Probably the same game. I can't tell if that's Uncle Jeff playing. I can't tell. As Uncle Jeff would say, "Droot, droot," when he saw an airplane when he was a little guy.
Yeah.
He would point up, "Droot, droot." Yeah, I don't know where that came from,
Ooh, that was a.
but that's what his. I don't recognize the picture, so that may or not be Jeffrey. Oh, somebody's safe. Throw it home.
Did you ever play any sports?
No. Did I ever place? No. Only thing I did was on the swim team in boot camp.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. I wasn't very good, but I made the swim team.
Yeah. Did you have any I don't know, hobbies or anything when you were a kid?
I don't remember. I don't think so. No, because back then, the neighborhood kids, we'd get together and play stickball.
Yeah, and that was your
And
childhood.
we played marbles. There was more that we did back then than they ever did. And marbles we played in the street. We'd go for blocks playing marbles.
You mean go for blocks?
Well, we'd shoot the marble down and it'd go in between the curb and the street.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd stand and you'd try to hit that marble, whatever. And we'd go a couple blocks, maybe go across the street and work our way back. That's how we played marbles. And sometimes we played it in a circle and put marbles in a circle and try to shoot them with your shooter. If you hit the marble, it was yours. But that was the old days.
Yeah.
I don't know who this is or where this is. Uncle Raymond used to have a pond. It was an irrigation pond. Oh, maybe this is Uncle Raymond's pond. That's Uncle Raymond on the farm in Bordentown. Geez, I recognized Uncle Raymond's pond.
Yeah.
It was an irrigation pond. There's something growing there. Maybe potatoes, maybe.
What crops did they grow? Do you remember?
Soybean primarily.
Okay.
Soybeans.
Did they do livestock?
Well, when they were in Missouri, they had pigs.
Okay.
They were hog farmers. And I think he did grow some soybeans also. Jeez, is this Missouri? Is this Missouri? This might be Missouri.
I think this looks like the Jersey one to me. But what do I know? Just the trees, the tree line looks different than it did in Missouri.
I can't tell because I can't see the silos. If I could see the silos, I could maybe remember, but I don't see the silos. So I'm not sure whether this is Missouri or in Bordentown. I think it's Bordentown. Okay, but that's the thing that took grain and put it in the silos.
Okay.
That was like a big auger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That might be Bordentown, though I'm not completely certain. Yeah, it is Bordentown. In fact, you see, what's it say on the side?
It says
of that truck?
Bordentown.
Bordentown, yeah. There were times he used to grow tomatoes, Uncle Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Judy's sister's husband. And he used to take him to Camden. Yeah, that was their Bordentown house, I think. Yes. And that's when Campbell's Soup was in Camden.
You would sell them right to Campbell's?
Yeah, drive it right to the plant. Dirt road. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's Bordentown. Yeah, you know what? That might be Missouri. That's Missouri, Connor. Yeah, that's their Missouri house.
They took the Bordentown truck down to Missouri?
They might have, but that's Missouri. Geez, the cells are going to know when they see this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're going to watch us and be like, these two people don't know anything.
Yeah, I think so. That's Missouri house. Because the house in Bordentown was an older house. No, that's Missouri. That's Elmer Bone probably taking the pictures.
Mm-hmm. It's life's work of these films.
Yeah, yeah. But by the same token, you don't see any hogs there.
Yeah. But they could have been somewhere else on the farm.
Their hogs were down that road. Yeah, that was Missouri. I don't know that they had that house built, but it was a farm that they bought. Huh.
Is that Rocky? Or Fritz?
That's either Rocky or Fritz.
Yeah.
Fritz Patrick. There's your mother.
Yeah.
There's Nana Bone. And that's Mississippi. There's a cigarette in Nana's mouth.
That would be Fritz then, probably.
I don't remember. He's on the chain.
Rocky was around when
Oh, okay.
I think I overlapped with Rocky for a year or two.
Okay.
So, my mom is...
At times he was a nasty dog.
Fritz or Rocky?
Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
like
so?
spiteful.
True.
Yeah. You'd give him hell or whatever, he'd go wet in a corner or something. Yeah, that kind of a spiteful dog. But he was nice. When he was nice, he was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's me in the background.
Someone get a tape measure out. Let's measure that waist.
To check my
That's
waist.
how we'll know.
I think that was me. That's Jeffrey. Yes, that had to have been me.
Wow, teenage Jeffrey.
Yep.
Look at that hunk.
Yeah. don't remember these pictures at all. I hadn't seen these pictures. You know what he's doing? He's chasing the bubbles.
Yeah.
Your mom has a bubble thing?
Mm-hmm.
That was the neighbor on the back of them. Well, if I was there, your Nana was there. Judy was there. Palm tree. It was hot in that neck of the woods in Mississippi. They were right near the Gulf.
Yeah. I could never live.
Mm-hmm.
I could never go down south like that. I could never stand that heat.
I recognize Nana, but I don't recognize the other people. Oh, yes, I do. This man worked with Granddad at the New York shipyard.
Okay.
And when they went down to... this man actually set him up with a job or an interview that he got in Mississippi. Granddad ran one department in that shipyard, and this other man ran another department.
Okay.
And I forget his name, but they were very close friends when they lived here in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And they both worked in the same... Yeah, I forget his name. Nice guy. He and his wife. And they were all very close. I forget his name. Oh, somebody's moving. Maybe them coming back. Oh, wow. I bet that was. That's when they were moving back to New Jersey. I never saw these pictures. It's Granddad.
I guess that Nana probably saved, these films when her father
Well, she
passed
might not have
away.
even seen them, frankly.
Yeah, but they may have been sitting in her father's attic or whatever, and
Yeah. They moved back to Porter Road. We had rented their house, and your Nana and I rented the Bones house on Porter Road in Fairview. And then when they were... Wait a minute. We moved in Nana and I, with your mother and uncles, moved... Yes, it is them moving back to Camden, to New Jersey.
So this is the time that you would have moved into this house then, right? Because you would have had to leave.
Yes, because we had left Congress Road and moved into the Porter Road house, which was your Nana and Granddad's, and we stayed there for a while, and then we moved to here. And I don't know if the house was empty, or we moved out because we knew they were coming home. But they came home. They're the Stells. That's Randy. His sisters. Camaro, Chevy Camaro.
In the car, we're in the 70s now. It looks like.
Yeah. In fact, I think Randy last I heard, had that Camaro.
Still has it?
Still had it,
Wow.
yes. His dad's tanking up from the farm use gasoline.
that tax-free gasoline.
Yep. Yeah. It's a shame how he died too.
How did he die?
He got some kind of a flu shot and got a syndrome, Guillain-Barré disease. Soon after he got some kind of a flu shot, and he freaking died.
Wow.
Yeah. Nana and Granddad were visiting. That's Barbara, Raymond's wife, Judy's sister.
Quincy Municipal
Oh,
Airport.
they're going to the airport. Quincy, Massachusetts. So that's where the airport was, in Quincy.
Quincy in Mississippi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No. Quincy, Missouri.
Missouri.
Yes. Quincy, no, it was Quincy, Illinois. It was near the border. Yeah,
Yeah,
Illinois.
okay.
Duh.
How footage from the plane, how cool.
Yeah. And that was a propeller plane, too.
Yeah.
Ozark Airlines. Which has probably long been swallowed up by somebody.
Yeah. American Airlines definitely bought that out 40 years ago.
Yeah.
More baseball.
More Hawks. Hawk baseball. That's so cool, Jeff. On the mound. I got it.
Randazzo.
Randazzo.
35? Really?
Yeah.
That's my favorite number.
Is it really?
Yeah. That's funny. That was his baseball number?
Yeah. Yeah. That's him. Right there. Well, his grandfather must have been taking these pictures because I certainly did.
Yeah.
It's obviously him at bat. Oh, did he just strike out? He did. He just struck out. Granddad, take that off the film.
Yeah. Splice that out.
Yeah.
Did Brian play sports?
I'm sorry?
Did Brian play any sports?
I don't think so. I think he wrestled, yes.
Okay.
Brian wrestled.
Into that film.
That's Jeffrey. He's a little out of sequence.
Yeah.
But he was down in Mississippi.
It was the first time
Remember the guy was saying they were friends with that worked at the shipyard? That's the guy standing up with next to the white woman with the white hair.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget his name. That's Nana Bone.
Deer farm.
Yeah.
I went to a deer farm by the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, and they were, if you weren't careful, they would tear your freaking arm off
It's for the food, yeah.
for the food. Yes. This is a little out of sequence here.
Yeah, this is definitely,
Yeah.
5,
By a couple of
6,
years.
7 years before the
Yeah.
the video we just saw.
There, the woman's trying to almost getting her arm
Yeah.
eaten off because she's got food. There's Elmer. Elmer Bone. That's Jeffrey with the long hair. That's the wife of the guy that from the New York shipyard down to the Mississippi shipyard. Jeff would probably remember his name. Might have been, they were there with one of their grandkids too. Hey ladies, leave those deer alone.
Look at that donkey.
Is that a donkey? Yeah.
Looks, it's gotta be a tiny donkey.
Oh, gracious. They're going into the hatchery. Alligators. I think they were.
That's how you know it's Mississippi.
Yeah. Were they alligators? Or
Looks
just
like
wood? Oh, no, they're pheasants.
Oh, peacocks.
Peacocks.
It's a peacock. New film.
Another film.
Yeah. Still at the deer farm.
Still the farm. Still the petting zoo.
Those tall southern trees.
Yeah. And you know why they painted them white like that?
Why?
Supposedly kept insects from crawling up the tree.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think it was called maybe whitewash.
Okay.
It was the chemical in the paint that, I don't know what insect it was, but it kept insects from crawling up the trunks. I think it's still something they use today. Oh, what the heck was that guy's name? That's them again. Same place, the petting zoo.
6 Gun Junction. General Survey. 6
I
Gun
think
Junction.
only in the South they
Something.
use the word junction. Is
Yeah.
that one of the kids on a horse? Because that's Jeffrey right there. On the left. On the right, rather.
6 Gun Junction in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Oh.
Biloxi, MS, which is
Mississippi. Yeah.
the deer ranch. Yeah.
Biloxi and Gaucher were right next to each other.
Found an old.
Yeah, that was their grandson, the other people. That's their grandson. And there's Granddad Bone.
Old listing for a postcard on an auction site from 6 Gun Junction. That's how I found out.
This might have been down in Biloxi, the marina in Biloxi. That probably is not there anymore. It's probably been blown away 3 or 4 times over the years.
And
with
now
hurricanes that blow through there. Now there's a gigantic.
$1 million house.
No. There's casinos.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, Harris has a big casino in Biloxi, Mississippi.
True.
Right on the water, as a matter of fact.
You ever go there?
No. That was after my time.
At the end of the film?